It's time for the Miller's Edge with four-time SEC champion and two-time national champion Christian Miller.
Once again with Christian Miller taking him down.
Here's college football playoff national champion Christian Miller on Tide 100.9 and 12:30 a.m. WTBC.
And welcome into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC, presented by the Good Feet Store, America's arch support experts. Hope you guys are doing well today and hope you guys are ready to talk some more football, not just football. Well, transfer portal news, updates, all that good stuff is still going. Chase, I think we're, 6 days in, something like that, almost about a week or so. Yeah, Thursday. It opened up last Friday. So we're about almost a week into this whole thing, and there's been a lot of activity, a lot of news, and we've been covering it, and we're going to continue to cover that. So I'm looking forward to doing that today. Can't say there's any new commits that we haven't talked about, but there's a lot of guys taking visits, a lot of articles and things coming out, so we'll definitely be touching base with that stuff. And I've got some more thoughts, man. Listen, when I tell you guys I've been watching so much tape, we've been doing a lot of it with you guys. We've been staying on the stream, right? Because we do 2 hours of radio, but then we've been hanging out in hours, sometimes 2 hours afterwards, breaking some tape down, really giving you guys the most extensive look that we possibly can on all of these players, additions, potential additions that we can. And I even do it after that as well. So I'm sitting here in the evenings also breaking down tape and going and looking at players. So I got a lot of thoughts to offer, and hopefully you guys are enjoying this. I'm enjoying it. I feel like I'm part of the whole little draft process where, in the NFL, man, draft time, everybody's breaking tape down. So maybe we'll start doing some of that too. Maybe for the NFL draft, we'll break down some prospects like our own and talk about some of that stuff as well. That being said, speaking of talking, we're going to do some talking with a couple of folks you guys are pretty familiar with. Number one, at the top of the hour, we'll be talking with Slade Bolden, now former Alabama wide receiver. You guys really enjoy him coming on the show. So we've got him joining us on stream. Again, you can always check us out on the stream at the Miller's Edge, completely free. We just ask you hit that like button if you enjoy the content, which I'm sure you guys will. Subscribe, and all that is free as well. That way you stay up to date with the latest that we have going on. Slade's not our only guest for today. We also got another former player joining us, this time former Clemson player, right? And that's going to be Brandon Clear. Now, if you guys are wondering, like, hey, that sounds familiar. Yeah, well, it's Brandon from last week who called in. And he said he's been listening to the show for a while, and we had a great conversation. You guys enjoyed him so much and said he was speaking facts. Man, y'all wanted to hear more of him. So we got in contact, and I scheduled him in to come back on the show. So we'll hear from Brandon, former Clemson wide receiver, at 11:30, talk all things transfer portal, college football. Man, he's got a wealth of knowledge. He's got the experience as a former player as well. And I'm really curious to get his input and his insight on what's been going on since last time we spoke last week with all this transfer portal activity going on. So we'll definitely we'll pick his brain on that. Plus, if you guys have seen the thumbnail on the stream, I want to dive back into this conversation about the quarterbacks, right? Because again, Ty Simpson officially declared for the NFL draft. I know we talked about it a good bit yesterday, but I really want to deep dive into the two guys that we have that we're looking at being the future here at Alabama. Keelan Russell, Austin Mack. Again, had a little bit of a conversation yesterday, but I really want to get y'all's thoughts on both of these players. Who do you think has the best chance of winning that quarterback one job? Because we know how important that is, right? I mean, being the quarterback, Chase, at the University of Alabama is a big deal. And I know both of these guys, they give us a great option, either one of them. But I really want to dive into that as well. So we'll do that. And you've got the college football playoff semifinals kicking back off. Well, the semifinals are kicking off tonight. The college football playoffs is kicking back off tonight, right? You've got who is it tonight, Chase? Is it Ole Miss, Miami? I believe so. You got Ole Miss taking on Miami, which is exciting. I think it's going to be a really good game. I would really like to watch Miami's defensive line, see if they can contain Chambliss, who in my opinion has been probably the most impressive quarterback in the entire college football playoffs. So we'll see if Pete Golden can finish this Cinderella story, or does it end tonight, Chase? We'll have to see. But I'm rooting for him. But it can't go wrong either way, because I got connections with Cristobal over in Miami as well. So I'm rooting for both those guys. Can't complain either way. That said, let me remind you about our friends over at R&R Cigars. If you're looking for any place to go watch the game tonight, if you're looking for a nice smoke, you're looking for a nice just hangout spot where you can fellowship, watch sports, enjoy a nice drink. They've got over 160 beverages I should say bourbons, that they have right there for you. Drink responsibly. Head on over to R&R Cigars, 2703 Gary Fitz Street, right here in Tuscaloosa. You can't miss it. It's the big mansion. It's a big white mansion on the corner, and it's a really cool vibe, man. They always have a lot of good stuff going on. Great deals, great drinks. They always are looking to innovate and use different things. They're now using some of the products from Yale, Alabama. If you haven't tried some of those bourbons that they've just released. So you can do all that at R&R Cigars. Plus, get you a nice smoke from the best humidor in the Southeast. And again, they always are playing games. We got basketball last night. Unfortunately, that wasn't our best showing against Vanderbilt, but we'll talk a little bit about basketball at some point on the show. But anyway, if you're looking for a place to go hang out, watch sports, man, R&R is the place to do it. Again, that is R&R Cigars, the official cigar provider of Alabama football since 2014, the year that I got here. So really cool feature there. Chase, I'm always kind of just scrolling around trying to see kind of what's the latest, right? Like X is like my source of news when it comes to at least sports, I should say. And there's been a couple of things that have come up that have caught my attention, Chase. And I'm not sure how much you keep up with the Pat McAfee show. I don't necessarily watch the whole thing. Matter of fact, I think it's live while we're on air, but I'm always seeing the clips from it. And I do know Coach Saban is a frequent guest on there with Pat. And Pat's been asking him a number of questions. And I don't know if you've seen some of these clips, but he asked about Coach Saban's thoughts on, the program right now, which I got that bookmark. I definitely want to play that because I thought it was interesting. He asked him about his thoughts on maybe not hiring a Saban disciple, one of his guys, somebody from his tree. So there's a couple things that came up on that interview that I thought were interesting. I might play that here in a little bit just to get y'all's thoughts on it, because I thought Coach Saban was very honest and very fair, and nothing bad at all. I just thought he was very transparent, which is refreshing, right? Because sometimes I'm like, man, I want Coach to be honest. I know sometimes with his allegiance, he's got to be a certain way, but I feel like recently Chase is with him talking about things, he seems a little bit more just objective, which is good. That's how he should be with his role in the media. So all of that we'll hit in a minute. But first, we're going to hit our first timeout. Now that the table is set, when we come back, we'll dive into it. And last but not least, I went back and watched some more of some of the guys that we do have committed here. And I got some updates, right, for you guys on my perspective on some of these players, which I will give you on the other side of this break right here on the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC. Quick timeout. We'll be right back. Man, what's up, guys? Who we got in here already? We got Jake. What's up? Happy Thursday, bro. A lot of portal action with visits today. Yeah, I'll touch on some of those, and we can always, again, if there's a guy on a visit that you guys want to see, drop the name. We'll pull up the tape. You know how we roll. Might just have to wait a little bit to the end. Aaron Willis, RTR from Prattville, more tape. Yeah, you guys love the tape, man, which is good. Again, I told you, man, that the tape tells no lies. It never has, and it never will. So we'll keep going to it, man. We'll keep going to it. Kat, that's right. Y'all hit that like button. If you guys are just coming in here, welcome in. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. You guys know the drill. All we ask is just hit that like button. If you're not already, subscribe. That way you stay up to date with everything. And we appreciate you being a part of the team. Mike says, Christian, really appreciate the extra time, taping opinions of these guys coming and going. Hey, of course, man. Hey, I love it. This is the fun part, man. You guys know me. I enjoy it. So I'm glad you guys are too. Ikenji, what's up? Good afternoon. Still morning here, but good morning and good afternoon to all you guys. Roll Tide, Phil. Latoya, what's up? Roll Tide. Dwight, what's up? Hey, I checked out is it the Sharpshooters podcast you told me about, man? It's good stuff, man. They did a really good job. They did a really good job. And I've heard a couple of those guys. Is it SPH and the young guy, I can't remember. It starts with the J, but yeah, they do a good job, man. I enjoyed it. Shout out to those guys. I think the Sharpshooters podcast, they did a nice job last night. I don't know how often they do it, but it was entertaining. It was good. Arthur, what's up, man? Money, what's going on? Jake says he has Miami winning it all. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, it's a game that's won and lost in the trenches, and they definitely are good in that department. So Listen, I think you're checking that box. Miami's defense looked pretty damn good last time they played as well. Um, really, I think if Carson Beck can continue to deliver for him, right? I don't think he needs to do too much if they're because they have a good running game. I like their running game. They've had some ball security issues, but I truly believe if they can clean up the ball security stuff and they can get more and more out of Carson Beck, who's been there before, right? I mean, you just don't know because he has been a little inconsistent. But we're talking about a guy he's been on this stage. If he can continue to produce the way they need him to, I think Miami definitely has a chance. But I like Ole Miss right now too. And they got a lot of extra motivation, but can they withhold it? Can they withstand some of the changes that they've got going on? I think I read that two of their coaches, Lanes, called him back to LSU. I feel like he's kind of being a little petty at this point. I understand the portal and stuff is going on, but I mean, I don't know, man. You can do double duty. I mean, I see Tosh Lupoy. He's a new head coach at Cal. He's finding a way. He said he's running off 3.5 hours of sleep. I think Lane's being a little petty, if you ask me. Just being honest. Can't pass up on Cam Coleman if you can get him. I mean, he hadn't visited yet, to my knowledge. And I'll just be honest with you, man. That's a big price. That's a steep price. If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't think it's worth paying that. I would love to have another playmaker like that, but we have way more needs right now that need to be addressed. Offensive line is the priority, right? So, I mean, if we had to make a decision between another playmaker like that and a wide receiver room that has, I don't want to say plenty of talent because you never can have enough, weapons. But what good are those weapons if you don't have anybody up front protecting? And to me, that should be addressed. Now, if we just had unlimited resources, which is not the case, it's a different story. We got a super chat from Ron, $5 super chat, man. Thank you so much for the support, Ron. He says, do you think Kalen DeBoer seeks out Saban for advice? That's a good question. We got about 30 seconds real quick to answer it. And I'll tell you, from what I know, I wouldn't say he necessarily seeks out advice. I think, initially when he first got here, there were some more frequent meetings, maybe some more reaching out. And I'm not even saying a whole bunch, maybe like people would have assumed, but there definitely was a little bit more. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's nearly as much as it was initially. He is there as a resource. I mean, his phone is always available, which is crazy to say his phone because, I mean, just a few years ago, he didn't even have an email or anything. So he's available, but it's not maybe to the extent that many people would imagine, where it's like, he's going to meet with Coach Saban once a month or once every couple months to kind of seek out, hey, how would you do this? I don't think there's much of that. There was some more of it when he first got here, but not as much now. But he is around. I mean, he is a resource that's available to any of these coaches for that matter. It's a really good question. We're about to come back from break here. Hold on one second. And welcome back into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC, presented by the Good Feet Store, America's arch support experts. It's time to dive into it, Chase. All right, let's talk about it. We got a few things to, run over real quick before we get to our first guest in about 9 minutes or so. We got Brandon Clear, former Clemson wide receiver, but he's from the Birmingham area. He'll be calling in at 11:30. We're going to get his thoughts on all this transfer portal stuff going on. I saw he had responded to one of my video analysis of one of these guys, so I'll even ask his opinion on some of these players. I'm sure he's got a chance to look at them. That said, we had a good question from the chat asking about Kalen DeBoer and does he, seek out advice from Coach Saban? And just real quick for our radio listeners, I would say I don't think he necessarily is like actively seeking out advice, but I'm sure if there's anything that comes up, he's more than comfortable to reach out and whether it's a meeting, over the phone, doesn't matter. Now, I do know when he first got here, there was more contact there. But I think now that he's, more established, he's been here, things are kind of rolling, a lot smoother for him, right? I mean, it's, again, his program. It's under his direction. And Coach Saban is not the type to be over I can tell you right now, Coach Saban does not go over there and he's hovering and in the building. He didn't even do that last year, like with the first year, right? Coach Saban's very respectful of the new staff. So it's more so just there if you need it, right? He's there if you need him. If not, he's minding his own business, watching from afar, doing his media job and all that good stuff. A really good question. We had another point that came up in the stream about Cam Coleman. Now, I don't know the updates in terms of visits or where he's at with things. But again, my thoughts on that situation, I just think it's too steep of a price. We're already allegedly, I mean, I don't know if it's official, but paying one of our receivers well over 7 figures probably. You got, Isaiah Horton, who you already brought in from Miami. The number that I heard is still a very high number as well. So you got a lot of money allocated towards that wide receiver room as it is. As talented as Cam Coleman is, I just can't see us over-investing in that room knowing that we have much more important matters, offensive line specifically. And a number of positions, really, but really in terms of the offense, I mean, the offensive line, it has to be addressed. And I just don't think you can afford literally and, I guess figuratively to pay a guy like that much money when you have much more demanding needs, right, in terms of the guys up front. Because what good are those weapons if you don't have the protection? You know what I mean? So, and if you don't have a running game, which those guys also are responsible for, I think that needs to be, if you're going to put a lot of money into something, take all that money that you would consider giving a skill guy, since we have plenty of them. I mean, let's talk about it. You got Ryan Williams, you got Isaiah Horton. I think he still has to make a decision, but I think the anticipation is that he probably comes back. You have Latia Brooks, who re-signed. Kind of crazy that we're saying guys are re-signing, but the reality of it is, Chase, 1-year contracts are literally what these guys are under, and that's like from both sides. So, the schools are doing these 1-year contracts because they also want to have the flexibility to not renew, but it also works out for the players as well. So on that note, it is what it is. So I saw people talking about the whole re-signing thing. They don't like it in college sports. It sounds weird. Like you're here on scholarship. Why are we re-signing? But that is the new norm. But I do understand how it kind of rubs people the wrong way. But those are my thoughts on that. But I mentioned that I have some updates, right, in terms of going back and watching some tape on a couple of these players that we've been breaking down. And specifically, I want to talk about the young man from USC, right? And the reason that is we watched him extensively yesterday, right? And I had a number of thoughts, and I'm just going to say this. Everything I said is factual based off of the tape that we saw. However, after watching a little bit more of Devin Tompkins in several other games and learning a little bit more about his background, I want to update some of my thoughts, right? Because I'm not going to lie, I was pretty critical of what we watched for the folks that are confused, because I think we did it maybe after we got off radio. We were watching the Iowa game in which he played this past season. And as you guys know, he's listed as a defensive tackle. He is listed as a defensive tackle anywhere you look for the most part. He's listed at 6'5", I think 290. So my assessment of him was as a defensive tackle, because that's what he played. On the tape against Iowa, he lined up at nose, he lined up at tackle. There were some snaps in the 5 technique as well. I think even standing up a couple of times on the edge. But majority, I would say 75% of his snaps at least were on the interior. And that is one of our biggest needs right now. So that's how I was assessing him. However, my correction comes in that after learning a little bit more about his background and learning that I think he's like a former basketball player, came to college as an edge, but then put on a lot of weight. They utilized him as a 3 technique / nose, sometimes 5. They moved him all around, but primarily he played defensive tackle. Now I know a little bit more about him. I can say this, and I tweeted this, by the way. I'll pull it up real quick. I think for us, I think he lands and he settles in as a bandit. And here's why. If you look at his stature, I mean, he's a long guy. And to play tackle, he reminded me of those, those big athletic type tackles, so to speak, which would be fine. The problem is, like I showed you guys on tape, he is not comfortable playing inside. And part of me feels like the reason he ended up transferring is probably because he felt that he was being, misused. He was being played in the spot that he wasn't comfortable with and probably didn't want to play. I listened to an interview where he talked about he enjoyed playing inside, but I'm just telling you, everything that my eyes are telling me from the tape, he's not comfortable playing inside. He might on like sub packages, passing downs types, stuff like that. But, in terms of having to take on those double teams, which is a very common thing when teams run duo, right, which has combo blocks, guards and tackles or centers and guards climbing up, they're double teaming on the 3s or 4 eyes or 1 technique shades. You have to play double teams. And he did not look comfortable to me. And we watched a number of snaps where he was getting, knocked off the ball, driven off the ball, yards down the field. But then I went back and watched the Oregon game all the way through. I watched the Michigan game and I watched another game, and I wouldn't be shocked if maybe he was a little banged up against Iowa. I don't know, because he fared a little bit better in those other games. However, he still is not probably the most comfortable playing inside. That is why, after doing a little bit more digging and a little bit more tape grinding, I'm going to say the best way to utilize this guy is to play him in that bandit role, which for you guys that don't know is what LT Overton played. And I'll pull up some tapes so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about, where he'll primarily be, it's like a strong side defensive end type deal, similar to that. But he'll line up primarily in a 5 technique, sometimes a 6 with a tight end to him, sometimes a 4-eye, which you definitely see some double teams, right, from the guard and tackle, but it's not nearly as much as he would be if he was lined up truly as a tackle. And then in passing downs and sub packages, when it's time to go get it, right, when we're expecting a pass, right, we want guys that can get after the quarterback, which he's displayed the ability to do so. I think you slide him down, then you let him play and work out of a 3 technique, work the interior. Then you bring guys in like Yanze off the edge, Justin Hill, maybe my guy Jordan Ross if we land him. You know what I mean? I think that's how you utilize and get the most out of this guy's skill set. And I'm assuming that's what the coaching staff saw when they were recruiting him. Because if you think about it, now that Kelby Collins has also entered the transfer portal, you only have Jordan Renaud, and then you have Cavante Henry. Outside of that, then you're relying on true freshmen coming in. You need some experience. You need some guys. And now that I think about it, I'm like, all right, I would not leave this guy on the edge like as a full-time. Like if you're talking about you play like true 4 down and he was like just like a true edge, to me, like 290, I mean, like that's a big edge. However, in our system where there's flexibility, which a bandit also does stand up on the edge. Sometimes he drops, which this guy has showed the ability to do a little bit of that. I think he provides a very physical edge. So I'm thinking, all right, first and second down, yeah, he's at bandit. He can play a 5. He can play a 4-eye, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably where he's more comfortable. My thing was like, all right, if he's already 290, he comes in our weight program, he puts on a little bit more. I mean, that's a 300-pound guy. I mean, that's oversized for bandit. Bandit, I mean, to give you guys some reference, LT Overton about 280 or so. But hey, similar type deal. LT Overton came in as a edge guy, and then, beefed up, gained some weight. Jordan Renaud's around like 270 as well. Keon Keeley got up to like 275. So this guy's like 285, 290. That's why I was like, he's kind of on the fringe. He's almost like, that's why I call him like a tweener. He's kind of all over the place. But I think he settles in that bandit. So I just wanted to make that. I don't want to call it a correction because, again, I stand firm by everything I said based off the tape, which, again, that if you put plays like that on tape, I mean, that's how scouts, coaches, whoever is going to grade you. He was a liability against the run. He did struggle with double teams. And what was the last thing I said? He played with bad leverage, which is still true. I mean, he needs to learn how to play lower. However, that's the assessment from an interior player, a defensive tackle. As a bandit, he's not as much as a liability. If anything, it almost turns a little bit more into a positive because now you're like, oh, you got a 285-pound bandit out there that's long, has length. Hopefully he should hold up easy. He should beat up on tight ends and be just fine holding his weight against tackles. So that said, I feel a lot better than I did yesterday when we initially watched the tape and we viewed him primarily as a defensive tackle. So I just wanted to make that correction because you guys know me, man. We're honest. And then, like I said, I didn't make a mistake, but learning more of his history, it gives me a little bit better of an idea and a more fair assessment of this young man. So I think you guys will be a little more excited about that analysis versus the initial one when we primarily saw him as a defensive tackle. So just wanted to clear that up. We got to hit a timeout. When we come back, we'll be joined by Brandon Clear on the phone lines right here, 205-342-9904. We'll get his thoughts on some of this and more right here on the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230, WTBC. All right. Hopefully that makes you guys feel a little bit better because I know yesterday when we initially were watching it, and even my reaction, I felt bad. But I'm honest. Like the tape we watched yesterday, that was rough. That was hard to watch. But learning his background, it makes sense. He was probably out of position. Like I said, again, early downs I would have let him play bandit on the edge and stuff. But I mean, 285, 290. You got to think about like a dual threat quarterback, and you got a guy like that playing on the edge. I mean, He's going to have quarterback responsibility, stuff like that. So, I mean, there's always, pros and cons of everything. But 285, I mean, that's a big body on the edge. I mean, when he's in the 6 technique, that's why you see LT Overton. I'm gonna pull up the tape right now. You'll see LT Overton, beating up on tight ends, right? Easily holding his own against tackles. He's not worried about in a 5 technique, you're not worried about doubles. I mean, you could occasionally, have a double somewhat from, a tackle tight end, but that even when you do see that, that's way different than having a big ass guard and center / guard and tackle banging your hip on there, like somebody in the comment section on the video yesterday talking about learning how to drop that knee. There's a certain technique. Even dudes that are 315, I mean, if they don't play with great leverage and have that, that knee drop technique down pat, their ass are getting blown off the ball too. So it's not an easy task, but like I said, I mean, I can only go off of what you put on tape, Is he more of an LT Overton type player? Yeah, travelpreneur. I think he settles in a little bit more of that role. I don't think you want to put him at. So like in this defense, you got a nose, you got a tackle, and you got a bandit, and then you got the wolf. I think he needs to be in that bandit area. Which if he's going to do that, I would make sure, because again, he's listed at like 290. I would probably just number one, make sure he's not putting on any more weight. You don't want him bigger than that playing bandit. He doesn't need to be. But the good news is he came in as an edge guy. So, I mean, it explains where you see that athleticism. I mean, he's 290, you know what I mean? So, depending on how things go, personally, if I were this staff, I wouldn't let him get any bigger than that. Because even if you want to play a little bit of 3 technique, he don't need to be bigger than that. That needs 290 is the most he needs to be. He seems like he could be a Calais Campbell type. Nah, man, Calais Campbell is bumping down in there. He don't. This guy, he don't want to bump down in there, and I don't blame him. Shit, I wouldn't either. Unless, I mean, if I was 320 and that's what I was doing, yeah. But if I was an edge guy that just got big and I'm not used to, nah, bro. Listen, I've lined up at like a 3 technique on the scout field just for the, just to give a look. It ain't fun having the guards bump that hip and say it ain't easy, man. I mean, that's why you have to have dudes to do it. And I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, you got London Simmons, I think 88, Beeman coming back. I still think we need another big body down there. And welcome back into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC. As we go to the phone lines, and we're joined by our first guest of the day. We got former Clemson wide receiver, who I'm letting it slide this time because he's a great dude, man. Knows the ball, and he was cool as hell when he jumped on last time. Brandon Clear, man. Brandon, what's up, man? How's everything been for you?
Christian, is going great. How about yourself, man?
Man, I can't complain. Listen, I'm a little worn down. I feel like I've been watching tape from like morning to evening. Like I'm learning Spanish, so I'm trying to find ways to still incorporate that. So like my mind, when I tell you my brain is tired, my brain is tired. But I'm great, man. I'm blessed. I wouldn't want it any other way, man.
There we go, man. And again, hard work doesn't sleep. So you're doing exactly what you need to be doing, man. Grinding, 100%. Looking at film, recalibrating. And we could jump right into it, man. I got to give you kudos on your Devin Tompkins film work.
Yeah.
Again, when I initially saw it, I only initially saw the highlights, and even off the highlights, first thing that popped in my head was, he plays too high.
Yeah.
I didn't see the pop, right? And so one thing you said that's interesting, you say he's a former basketball player. That's a little unique in that most basketball players, if they are transitioning over to football, they sometimes have balance depending on the position, right? So as long as he wasn't going out there playing tight end, you can always see that vis-a-vis Draymond Green trying to play tight end, you can see how awkward it was.
Yep.
This dude, you can tell he has some natural ability, but there's certain things that a football player from years on experience that he doesn't necessarily play with his hands. He plays high, so he's trying to peek over the line instead of just trusting technique and feeling out the flow of the offensive line, and then attach and disengage, right? And so that's one of the things I'm trying to see on film. Does he have the measurables? Yes, right. So he's got the measurables. That's what popped off for me. LT Overton immediately for me was playing out of position when he was at Texas A&M, and a lot of folks were pushing aside LT, saying he was overrated. He was a 5-star. I don't see the athleticism. It's because when he was at Texas A&M, they had him playing, essentially outside linebacker, and he was not an outside linebacker. He was a true defensive end. So that's why the bandit position was the perfect move for LT, and that's when you start seeing him flourish a bit more. So Devin is in a similar situation where they had him playing over the nose, and I'm like, this dude is not a deep tackle, right? He should be at a minimum. He should be a bandit. And he does have some ability to drop back in coverage, but I would not even have him doing much of that. Him in the run game, I think that there is some want to, right? I see him wanting to be a run defender, and I think he has some of those abilities to be able to make impacts there. It's just, you can just tell it's a little awkward. And so when I'm looking at it, and from a defensive perspective, a lot of people are trying to go immediately over to Myles Garrett. He's a freak. Somebody that size that can bend the edge, it's unreal, right? So Jadeveon Clowney was another one of those freaks. They just have an innate ability with long arms, great speed, and they can convert speed to power, but they also can bend. So so do you remember Kayvon Thibodeau?
Oh yeah, out of Oregon.
Out of Oregon. So a lot of people were, Kayvon is I said he has no bend. He doesn't have the ability to bend the edge. So when I'm looking at outside linebackers or I'm looking at DNs that are able to get to the quarterback, they have the ability to bend the edge. They have different moves. They play with great hand leverage, and they can, transform the defense by just simply even getting pressure. A lot of guys feel like that's something that they can do just based off of just imitating whoever they see, but those are just some innate abilities that you just have as an athlete. And so do I believe Devin Tompkins has some capabilities that we can use and again, minimize the impact of LT leaving? You got James Smith leaving, but I think that's just more so replacing him with size and production, because the production was there, kind of eerily similar. And I think that a lot of folks, like you were talking about Ha. He's in the building, and you have to read between the lines where he's not trying to, crap on the guy that left. But, James Smith has all the measurables. The question that I often have to ask myself is, does the guy want to be coached? I don't know James Smith. I don't know anything about him. I don't have any insider knowledge. But even when I watched practice film, it looked like he was doing his own thing. And again, not slighting him. He has abilities. He's a quick twitch. He has size. He has all of the capabilities to be a great impact player. But for whatever reason, it didn't translate over to production on the field. And so I immediately go to practice. I'm like, what are your practice habits? When you're running a drill, when I see Will Anderson go through a drill, even if it's just something that Alabama's putting out there, he is doing it at game speed. Everything is at game speed. And so there's a reason when Will Smith got into the game, it translates. There's a reason why I see Dallas Turner in practice, that he's working on his hand movements, that he's bending the corner. There's a reason why that translated at Alabama, right? Yeah. When I saw James Smith in a couple of practice highlights, I was like, what is he doing? Why is he looks like he's barely trying. He's moving his hands, but he's a quick twitch athlete, so he's getting away with these poor habits. No one is correcting him. And I was like, I don't believe that's it. I was like, you can correct him all he wants to, but if he doesn't implement it, it's irrelevant. So, is the guy coachable? I think the Devin Tompkins kid, just seeing a couple of interviews, he wants to be coached. He wants to get better. There's a reason why he left USC to come he's from California. He's a California kid. He's coming all the way to Alabama. He's hungry. So you're going to be having someone that you can mold. I'm not saying we're not going to miss James Smith. I'm not saying we're going to not miss Quay Lusha. I think they left for different reasons. But you ask yourself, look, Quay is dealing with injury, right? So he has to get himself in the right position. He wants to continue playing outside linebacker. He is another one. I think he's playing out of position. What are your thoughts on Quay? Do you think he was playing out of position at outside linebacker? You think he should have been moved inside?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think he was playing out of position. I think he was okay there. I know a lot of people thought he could move to inside, given his build. He's got shorter arms for an outside backer. He's probably 6'1.5", realistic. I think he might be listed at 6'2". I don't know, maybe even 6'3". But in person, he's probably about 6'1.5". That said, I thought he's okay at outside backer. I just think the biggest thing is with him, it could be a number of things. I know a lot of people immediately probably jump to, he's going to get paid, which he is probably, pass rushers and outside backers. There's a premium for those guys. But I almost wonder, but I almost wonder sometimes with this scheme, I mean, whether you sometimes see like the 3-3 stack stuff, There's just different things that they do. Sometimes guys might not feel like that's really in their best interest. I'm just being completely honest with you.
Fair.
Like, I really think he's a guy to me that could go to a place like Georgia, which they also run some three-man front stuff, but it's more like mint front, and the outside backer is still more like a jack like we used to play. I think he could I think he could go there, and then you see the third down packages that they have. I think he could go and excel in defense like that. I think that's something like, maybe so you never know with these guys unless you really ask them. And I haven't talked to any of them personally yet. But James Smith, to me, I hear what you're saying. And a lot of people, I've heard that narrative. I'll say this because I've been up there at practice. I mean, he does practice hard. I mean, did it take a couple of years, the first couple of years when he was here, did I think he could probably, grow up just a little bit? Yeah, and I think he probably would tell you that. But I'll be honest, as of recently, he really was coming around. And he had a couple of injuries here and there that he dealt with. But I think he's in a similar boat where this scheme is a very interesting one, where on one hand, it is true that it allows guys to play free. It allows them to play upfield and penetrate and do certain things. But sometimes it seems like, just for me watching the tape, sometimes it can be a little sporadic, almost like the tendencies kind of change. It doesn't seem as structured at times. And I wouldn't be shocked, if I'm being completely honest, if both of those guys we just mentioned, if they end up going to another place and they end up, really doing well, just because sometimes guys need to change the scenery. Sometimes it's a little tweak in the system or scheme or position that can really take them to the next level. And that's not necessarily a knock on what we're doing. Maybe we just, ended up turning out to not be the best fit. Because remember, those are two guys that Coach Saban brought in here. So Tompkins, who we're talking about, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I mean, he's not comfortable playing inside. And it makes sense. A guy with a basketball background is not going to be comfortable banging with centers and guards and doing double teams and knowing how to drop the knee. And the more I watch him, he definitely needs to be a bandit. I mean, to me, 290, like you're settling in terms of athleticism. While he's athletic for a bigger guy, I mean, you got to understand. I mean, a 290 on the edge is a lot different than 250. However, if you watch how we utilized LT Overton, and I'm going to pull up some of that tape here on our stream. Him in a 6 technique where he's bullying tight ends. A 5 technique where he's not worried about doubles and he can just, worry about his own, farm his own land with the offensive tackle, heavy-handed guy. This guy's got a lot of length. I think he provides a lot more of a physical presence on the edge and early downs. And then when it is past first time, I mean, he could rush out of a 5 depending on, the personnel you're rolling with, or you can bump him down and get 2, speed guys on the edge and he can rush out of a 3. So after doing a little bit more of extensive of a dive and learning this history, I definitely can see if you move him around and don't play him how his former school played him, he could be a much better football player than we initially saw in some of the tape. Because, the nose and the shade and even him in a 3 technique, man, that's not his game. Even though he's 290, that's not what he does well. Now, if you need him to penetrate, he can do that. But in terms of actually striking and being able to handle blockers and double teams, that's just not his forte.
Not there yet. No, it's not there yet. And so what I will say, look, James Smith and Quake, those are talented guys. Those are 5 stars coming out. And what I think the coaches started realizing when they played Indiana doesn't have any 5 stars. They have grown men that probably got kids and a wife coming into a system. I played when I transferred to Illinois, man. I played at Indiana. It's in nowhere. Right? Michael Jackson is a claim to fame in that area. It is a small stadium, and to be honest, it's a terrible stadium, but those people love their team, and they don't have anything else that they actually really just are all in on. So the football team and what Finetti has been doing obviously took the stadium blueprint, and he's been molding it into his own when he has an edge to him and a toughness and a swagger. The guys he pulls in are, you say hardworking, they're proven performers, they're older. And so this is going to be the last batch of those COVID kids, right? Or COVID men is what I'm calling them. The people that are those 6-year seniors, super seniors, that, they were able to leverage a situation to be able to really get more playing, right? So, again, he built his program off that. He pulled in a whole bunch of guys when he was over at JMU, and they had that chemistry. So, Indiana was like the perfect storm. I think he can replicate it. I have to give him credit. He's done it 2 years in a row, so who's to say he won't be able to do it again? But what Alabama saw in that entire game is it's not about who's the fastest, who's the strongest. It's technique. So we're doing all these moves, Christian. I know you don't call for coaches to be to step aside. I would highly encourage, if Kalen DeBoer is the person I think he is, you can be loyal, but you need to be true to yourself and say, we have to get people that know how to teach technique, who know how to make sure when you're teaching the technique, that's also translating to the football field. So when I'm looking at a player that has been in your system for 2 years, 3 years, and I haven't seen any growth, then I start becoming concerned as a fan and also as just a football player. Right. So again, Pierre is a prime example of the hard work and his technique improved. So this is where I'm like, Freddie Roach has got a bad rap a lot of times, but don't get it twisted. Look, the guy has a really great pedigree. He's been in the system. He knows how this works. I think that he also needs to be assessed in some way, but you're only as good as what you have. And so, Pete Golding was with our squad for quite some time, and people really scapegoated Pete Golding, right? And here he is coaching, and he might be at a national championship. And his defense at Ole Miss let's be honest, was actually pretty good. So
I think they were top in the country a couple years ago. This year they had some inconsistencies, but I always try to tell people, and everybody used to call my show and like try to mock him and say, "Oh, he's a joke, he's a drama." I'm like, listen, I sat in meetings with that guy for I think 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, he knows ball, and Coach Saban loves him. Coach Saban did not. Everybody just assumed that Coach Saban escorted him out. Coach Saban did not want Pete to leave at all. Literally, it worked out the way it worked out. But let me ask you this, because you brought up a good point about you mentioned HaHa earlier. Then you also talked about, to be fair, all right. This is my thing with this whole deal. I'm curious your thoughts on this, because on one end, listen, HaHa is 100% right when he says, "Listen, man, y'all got to watch the tape." And I showed you guys tape from the Oklahoma game, and listen, and again, you got to watch more than just one game. I'll be the first one to say that. But, we saw it outside of like the highlights that Keon had. There was a lot of mental errors. There's a lot of things that we need to continue working on. Same with James Smith. I mean, it wasn't, his best showing in that game either. However, I also agree with what you're saying that, well, you also have, when you look at Quay and you look at James Smith, those are two talented players. Well, if you're saying that applies for them, why didn't they reach that potential? To me, that also is a fair question to ask. You know what I mean? So I think it's a two-way street. Like I think it's very fair. And I heard the gentleman on the podcast I was listening to yesterday, Dwight, had recommended it, and it's a very fair question. You know what I mean? Like, the job of the coaches. But you're right too, though. And I said this yesterday. I don't think we've recruited well in the trenches. We've recruited a little bit better maybe on the offensive line than the defensive line, but I don't think Freddie Roach has been able to even have the guys that have probably half the quality of maybe the guys I played with. No offense. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just being honest. Like, we have not had a Jonathan Allen, Ashawn Robinson, Deron Payne in years on the defensive line. So that's one thing to consider. But if we're going to be honest here and we're going to say, oh, well, watch the tape of these guys, well, why aren't we necessarily getting the full potential of all of them? Maybe 80% of them, yes. Maybe 80% of them might not have turned out or been the player you thought they were when we were recruiting. But, I mean, that's fair if someone says, well, what about
it's got to be high.
Exactly. Sorry, I had a little mic issue there, but yes, I was going to say, well, there's a value or development. You know what I mean? Like, again, and I'm not criticizing any of those things. I'm just saying if you do take the approach of saying, "Well, turn on the tape," I think it's fair if people then ask those questions as follow-ups. I just was curious what you thought.
Yeah. No, I agree, because again, you're a reflection of what you are coached, right? Either the coach is allowing it, or you're ignoring the coach. And guess what happens with people that typically ignore the coach? They're not playing. Unless you have a skill set that is just crazy. Look, Hollywood, prime example. I'm a Ryan Williams fan. If that was, look, I had one drop in one game. I literally did touch the field again, man. I was starting. I played Miami. I dropped the fade route. That was the last time, other than special teams, I wasn't playing. You get a certain leash when you have abilities that can't be coached. But other than that, if you're a guy and I'm seeing the same consistent issues tracking every time, so when Hans said turn on the film, it's funny because it's like, I'll turn on the film and I'll assess that person, yes. But then I'm also looking at the coach saying, you're allowing it because he's playing. So either he's not again, is he getting better game from game? So he's learning to gain experience. And so that could be the case oftentimes where you're like, this guy's young. He's going to make mental errors. He's going to have mistakes, but you can see the talent. And so that's where with Keon, you could see the talent. And everyone was like, why is the Keon playing? It's like he said, showing on the film, he had mental errors, right? And so you're seeing the flash, but consistency is what coaches often go for. So again, comparing programs, when I watched that Indiana film, man, they don't make any mistakes. Like I was like, this is crazy. You got the damn deep tackle looping, taking the guard and the left tackle with him, and you got the DN or the outside linebacker running free up the hole because he's done his job. He's not looking for the shot. He's like, I'm supposed to be scraping. I'm gonna scrape. I'm gonna make someone pay. And when my guy comes out of this and he's hit this gap, somebody's gonna feel it because he's right there at the right place because he's been coached to do it. So I agree with you. It's like when Han said turn on the film, it's like, yeah, man. But when I turn on film, I got to look in the mirror too and say that's a reflection of coaching. So, again, everyone has to look. We always talk about process. Accountability is another thing for me. You can't blame the coaches for everything that's happening, as you can also not blame the player for everything that's happening either, because it's being coached or it's being allowed. So that's everyone. They got to do some internal analysis and again, this is everyone's calling for the offensive line coach to be fired. We don't know what they're going to do once this portal closes. So let's take a beat, allow them to be able to get the players in. They got the left tackle, man. That's Jacarius Pete. What do you need, sir? What do you need? We cut the check. You need 5. I'm telling you, when Ty sent the left, I was like, oh yeah, whatever Ty was making. Pay this left tackle. He's nimble, fluid athlete, man. His kick step, like this is something that bothers me all the time watching the Alabama offensive tackles. That their kick steps are terrible. Like I was like, why is this guy fading on the kick step? That's why you're getting beat on the inside. Who is coaching this? Why is I'm looking at Caden Proctor. I'm like, why are you kick stepping out? You're going to get beat on the inside. You're too big. You're not fast enough. You're not that great of a look. For his size, he's a great athlete. He's not nimble enough to be able to readjust and kick that right arm in to be able to reset once he's all of a sudden kicked outside of where his leverage point is. Right? Okay. So then, like, I'm looking at that, and I'm just like, Coach Cap, why are you – Proctor, he's a great player, but why are you allowing him to do this? But it's hard for me to argue that when all of a sudden he's making All-American list. Right, so NFL scouts will have to do an assessment. He's going to be kicked in the guard. That's his true position. He's a guard. At guard, you're going to have a really foundational player, and I think he's going to be impactful. But this guy from that NC State player, I'm telling you, man, cut the check. We're not letting him out of Alabama today. What do you need? Whatever. There's no film discussion. I was like, I don't want to hear that stuff. Look, Hollywood Smothers is probably over there saying, hey, bro, let's make this a two-person deal. Let's go ahead and try to reform what Alabama's got going. We need him at left tackle. And once we get that, then you have true competition. You have Jackson Lloyd there. I really believe in his talent. He's just young. He hasn't played, right? So if Jackson Lloyd works out, then you can kick him over the right tackle and you can kick Mike Carroll on the inside. And you got that the Michigan center/guard Strayhorn. He'll most likely be the starting center. That's just what I'm reading from it, right? They had a mass exodus of the centers. He's logically probably the next man up. So, or next man in, next man up type of situation. So, look, Chris, you said it best, man. The trenches are where it's at. I don't care how much money we're paying for these skill players. I don't care. They're talking about Cam Coleman. I was like, you don't need another receiver. If you can't run the ball, if you can't set the trenches, it doesn't matter. That's why Ty Simpson's game started dropping, because he was getting skittish in the pocket because he thought there was a pocket that wasn't there because the guys were not able to sustain blocks. So this is where it's all connected, man. It's 1 of 11. Everyone is accountable. If one person's not doing their job, it all falls. The running backs are look, Smothers is going to be somebody that's unique because he can do 2 for 1. He has a field, he sets up blocks, and he can make a guy miss. We didn't have that this year. That's why the run game was like just stifled. And when everyone was getting on Millwall, I was like, guess what Millwall can do? He can make one miss, he can make two miss, he can make three miss because of his speed. That's why it looked better than what everyone thought it was. But if you look at it, you take Millwall out of it, he's doing handoffs. I didn't see this. But then all of a sudden, Justice goes over and he's balling at Michigan. I'm like, oh, that's coaching. That's the O-line coaching. There's that scheme. So for me, they need to reassess their scheme, their running scheme. And I would bring in a running coordinator. And I know, look, everyone's got ego. Christian, you tell me, you know it best. You're in that building, man. I'm sure Grubb's got an ego. He would not like it if he feels like a part of his responsibility is being taken away. But in true fashion, in my opinion, they need to go ahead and move him out the way and allow him to be the overall offense coordinator. They need a run game coordinator.
Listen, whatever they need to do to get the run game established, whether it's bringing somebody in, bringing more bodies, that's definitely a part of it. Completely, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm with you, man. They need to figure something out. But I think it starts with the number of things you mentioned. Definitely offensive line play. We watched Peak yesterday. He's a physical guy when it comes to run blocking. I like it. He has a bad habit of his hand placement. He's got to work with inside hands more. He starts kind of wrapping them around. But we can work on that's technique stuff. That's easy, right? It's hard to coach guys being physical. And then, like you said, he's fluid, a nice kick step. He can play on that island. He handles himself. With him being a little bit more of that athletic tackle, sometimes it is a little bit more of a struggle to hunker down. But listen, I think that's probably a better fit for what we're trying to do here in this system anyway. So I'll take that if that's what we can get. So we'll be monitoring it. But Brandon, man, I appreciate you jumping on. Wealth of knowledge. Everybody loves it per usual. And we'll look forward to getting you back on here next week for sure, brother.
Absolutely. Christian, I appreciate you. I'm going to leave y'all with this. I know it's a Christian show. We don't need OnlyFans model players, man. I don't care what you look like. I need a wife. So we wifing up people. This is wife with cussing season. This is the holiday season's around us, man. We all been athletes. This is a Christian show.
That's right. Love it.
Dispose of the devil. Focus on wifey. We ain't going for OnlyFans model. So if you see Cam Coleman, that's the OnlyFans model. For those that don't follow, that's the OnlyFans model. You don't need OnlyFans model. You need an office like you need a wife. You need commitment. You need security. That's how we going, man. So appreciate you. God bless you, bro. We're going to talk.
Yes, sir. That sounds good, brother. Take it easy, man.
All right, bro.
Yes, sir. Brandon Clear, everybody, former Clemson wide receiver there. Hey, but he's an Alabama guy in terms of he's from the state of Alabama. I want to say Birmingham. So he's a great dude, man. I always love talking ball with him. We're going to keep getting him on here even more. That being said, we hit this top of the hour break and we come back. We got another former wide receiver, this time a Crimson Tide wide receiver, your one and only. Slim Slade coming up right here on the Miller's Edge. Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC.
This message is brought to you by Pizza Hut, because if you're yelling...
Pizza Hut. Man, I'm hungry. Slade.
You got a Pizza Hut?
God, it's so good.
We got a Pizza Hut ad going on, I guess.
I had to see my setup. Look, I'm improvising here. That's how dedicated I am to the Miller's Edge.
I was about to say, well, damn, if you need to do it another time, brother, you ain't driving, are you?
Yeah, it drives itself. It's one of those things.
Wait, I in the past. Now I was like, hold on, because I got a Tesla. They don't let you sit back that relax. I'm like, I sit back and I can chill a little bit, but I ain't cocked over here and I can't do all that. I'm like, damn, what kind of autopilot you got? Nah, that's funny. Oh, hold on. I think you might be going through a bad spot. Somebody said Slade's got a driver now. Slade's big time. He got his own personal chauffeur. Wait, let me see this app message. Yeah, hold on. I think it might be going through a bit.
It won't be in too bad area.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. Worst case, I mean, it'll come back in. It's sounds better now. Let me find this app message that Tia wrote. She claims she got us an app message that. Where's my email? Let me see.
No, I was saying to me, I said my girlfriend, she's really excited to hear me talk about Bama football in this podcast.
Oh heck yeah! Well, we'll tell her what.
She's.
We'll tell her welcome in. She can offer her comments too.
You want to offer your comments? She said, "Go Tigers."
Wait, whoa! Which Tigers? I mean, either one is
grad.
bad, but
Yeah.
oh, okay. Well, actually, you know what? You know what?
I know.
I'm all right with that. That was not as bad. I'm thinking Clemson. I'm thinking Auburn.
It's not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it
We
can be
can
way
live
worse.
with that. Yeah, we can live with that. Yeah, that's cool. We're good with that.
And growing up in LSU, it's I was an LSU fan at one point, so kind of had to. I get it. I understand.
Sense. It makes sense. No, it makes total sense. I mean, you're a Louisiana guy. I mean, that's very
right.
That's very fair. What's her name? I'm sorry, because I didn't even ask what her name was.
Her name's Sydney Taylor.
Sydney, nice to meet you. Thanks for letting us borrow Slade for a second.
Well, she can't hear you, but I'll tell her.
Oh, you got headphones.
Thanks for letting me be on the show. She said, "You're welcome." She didn't have a choice.
If you guys haven't already, hit that like button while we're on this quick timeout. We got Slade on here. We got almost 90 folks on here rolling in, and we got like 30 something. So let's get up to 50. You guys have been killing it. Yes, we're already at 200 from yesterday. So y'all keep killing the likes, man. DK, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Enough of the skill position players. Dang, Slade, man. People said they're fed up with the skill guys. They said they're sick and tired of you guys. They want more big bodies.
Hey,
we think about that.
Hey, well, if we don't have a front line, then us skill guys we ain't gonna get the ball.
Work. True.
And plus now everybody's prima donnas anyway, so I get it.
I mean, there might be some dogs. I mean, there might be a few Slades or Ardarius Stewarts out there somewhere. I mean, Jeremy Bernard, I feel like he was a dog. I'll label him a dog.
Oh yeah. No, I there's definitely some still.
Very few though. Very few.
This portal and NIL has made some guys forget about kind of why they're playing the game and why they chose the school they originally went to. But we can go on and on about that.
Yeah, AJ McCarron had some thoughts on that. He was basically saying guys have to learn how to still be hungry while getting that bag, which he's 100% right, man. And I hate like lumping everybody in it because there's some guys that they do it the right way, but it's just hard not to generalize it when you look at the whole picture and you just see. Listen, I ain't even bring this up, and I don't want to say too much, but our guy Wilcom Formby, former Alabama offensive lineman, tackle/guard, he committed to Texas A&M, and I'm just going to tell you guys the number that folks have have thrown out there to me. You guys would be shook. You guys would be shook if you heard the number that the bag that they dropped on him, man. Which good for him. Good for him. Oh yeah, man. Good for him. Hey,
I mean, are you willing to say it, or are you trying to keep it a surprise?
Let's just say, is it? What the number I heard is over 7 figures.
You tell me an O-lineman got paid more than $1 million?
I
didn't say not a left tackle who was a first round selection next year. Like, it's supposed to be a top 10 pick.
A rotational offensive lineman.
Wow.
Look, somebody said I doubt it. That's what I'm saying. People ain't even gonna believe me. That's why I ain't even gonna waste my time. But I'm just telling you. But I trust the people I talk to.
I mean, I'm all for. I do think those guys should get paid more, but
yeah, a premier left tackle
if you earn it and you deserve it.
Yeah, premier left tackle. Listen, I'm not knocking Wilkin because again, I mean, listen, I know offensive linemen are important. He's got SEC experience, and when he's doing well, he's actually pretty good. But that's what the number I heard about. I'm not gonna. I literally laughed out loud. I'm not even kidding. I literally laughed. No offense to him. I thought it was a joke.
I'm baffled. Like, I'm dumbfounded. That's crazy.
Yeah. And welcome back into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge. Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC. Is it even Thursday? I'll be honest with you. I don't really even know at this point because from the holidays to New Year's to bowl games to now breaking down college football tape literally like all day long, I'm a little lost at times. So welcome back in. We're joined by our guy, might as well be honorary co-host at this point, Slim Slady, former Alabama wide receiver. You guys already know the name. You guys already know the drill. We're about to chop it up. And Slade, he's joining us from he's different this time. He stepped out of the office, but he ain't got his Peaky Blinders outfit on this time. He's got his athleisure equipment, man. Slade, welcome in.
Well, as always, appreciate you having me. We got a little, I know you said at first that somebody said I had a driver, but it's my girlfriend, and she's super excited to hear me talk about Bama football for 30 minutes to 45 minutes. But
Yeah.
we got a 7.5 hour drive from Nashville, Tennessee to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So
Dang.
hey, I'm just trying to make it work the best I can, and I feel like we got a good, decent setup, got good lighting. It's it's not
No,
bad.
it's smooth. No, it's smooth, man. You made it out that dead spot. It's perfect now. It's smooth. I like it, man. Again, anybody watching, he's not driving, and I don't know these rules on. I know TikTok. We're not on TikTok, but they always act funny. He's a passenger, so just anybody that's watching that. All right, Slade, I gotta just jump right into it with you, man, because last time we spoke, I don't think the portal was open yet. So the portal now is officially open. It's been open about 6 days. Right? It opened up last Friday. Have you had a chance? I know you're busy. I know you got a lot going on. You're traveling. Wait, real quick, Baton Rouge now. You going to Louisiana State University? What y'all doing down there?
No,
You don't mind me asking.
Well, I should say we're going to her hometown for a wedding. So we're not. Yeah, I'm not getting close to that campus. Trust me.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you. They got, was it Mike the Tiger roaming around? Go pay him a visit. Maybe go feed him.
Maybe when Bama plays this year, when they play there, we might go. But
I forgot.
That'd be my only time. Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't think I've ever been there outside of a sporting event, but my experience there, the games are fire. The people are crazy. I mean, had guys trying to run on our bus. I don't know if that might have been the same year you were there, 2018, I believe. Yeah, we played at LSU. Guy tried to run on the bus.
For that. I didn't travel.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't travel that game. I was redshirting, so I missed a bunch of away games, and that was I wish I'd have been at that one.
That was.
I remember hearing about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he literally just like ran through the motorcade and was like trying. I thought, I was like, oh, this guy must be like a staffer or something. Then they slammed him off the door. And I was like, hey, okay, well he's not supposed to be there. Well, because he looked normal. I was like, wait, who is this? He looked like he confidently was just trying to get on the bus. I'm like, oh. Yeah, he does not need to be.
Never mind.
Yeah, get him out of here. But so the portal. I don't know how much you've seen so far, but we've got. I want to say the update is maybe around 19 guys that have hit the portal. We'll start there before we even get to any of the guys you might have seen that are additions. But some notable names: Formby. I think Quay Russaw and James Smith probably caught people by surprise the most. Anybody that you've seen in the portal that really caught your attention, that's departing, and that you feel like might have been the biggest surprise, might be the biggest challenge to replace? Anything like that for you?
I mean, so the guys that we discussed last Tuesday, they officially hit the portal. The Cole Adams and Blockway, Lord.
Yep.
Who else was the other ones?
Jalen Hill,
maybe a D lineman.
Yeah.
Yep. So all those guys. Well,
yeah, I was
the
about
one
to say,
that I guess surprised me was Keon Keeley. Right? He hit the portal, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and I remember you kind of saying, like, we were kind of going through the depths of what we have right now if the expected portal transfers were going to hit, and he was one of our guys that we had him and Russaw, but now we got him and Russaw. So you tell me we got to replace two like basically edge rushers. Are they the Jacks?
So yeah, and in this system they call them Wolves, but so Keeley would have been a bandit. It's same thing though. Their Wolf is our Jack. Keeley was a bandit, which was more of like our strong side end. That would have been for you maybe like a Boygby. Who else played that spot? Yeah, basically a Boygby, something like that. Long story short, though, yeah, we've lost a number of guys on that defensive line / that that front, right? Really front seven. If you the three linebackers, they didn't hit the portal, but they graduated. And I just was surprised when James Smith, Quay Russaw, those to me were like foundational pieces, right? That you're going to build around. Two former 5-star guys from the state of Alabama that to me, they hadn't even scratched the surface yet. I thought they had so much more potential in them. And so on one end, I understand HaHa's tweet, right? I mean, like, listen, they might not, the production that you're losing might not be over the top. However, for me, I look at and I know it's like basically it's production versus potential nowadays. But to me, I'm like, you're talking about guys that were going on, I think what year 4 for both of them. I think it would have been their 4th year here. Veteran guys that had so much meat on the bone. To me, that you can't deny that. There's no denying that that's a loss. But I do think we'll be fine. But it just is unfortunate.
Well, we kind of start sounding hypocritical because we always preach development, and then you basically say that look at the production as a guy that's still developing. So how do you defer whether or not you're still wanting to develop these kid or a player, but you're now saying, oh well, here's the reason why they hit the portal, but he still had time to develop. That's kind of hypocritical. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and to me, that's why I see both sides of it. I think it's listen, and HaHa is right to the extent of there's going to be a lot of people that immediately see names, and these fans, they have these strong reactions because they just go, man, we just saw this guy. He had 2 sacks. He was coming along, and they only see that. But I can show the tape, which I literally did, and I'll be the first one I'll show you all snaps, not just the highlights that will show you. I mean, here's a mental error here. Here's some bad technique. Here's this guy doing something that, you know what I mean? Like, we're not coaching. He shouldn't be doing that. So I see both sides, but I'm with you too that, listen, there is a role in the coaches and the staff to get the most out of these guys. I mean, that's the point of it. If not, we might as well just turn college football literally into the next pro league where it's not as much about development, which is it's going away from that. It's becoming, all right, we're just going to bring guys in here that are experienced, that are proven, that we can plug and play here. And the development piece is just kind of like, we'll put that on the back burner, which is unfortunate because, I mean, guys like you, guys like myself, that was our story. We came, we waited our turn, we worked, we got an opportunity, we made the most of it. Nowadays, not really the same, which, is part of it. But it's just weird because at Alabama, I never really, even last year, we prided ourselves on, hey, we retained all these guys. We didn't have all these guys in the portal. This year, it's a different story. So it almost makes you wonder, is the philosophy in the building starting to change?
Right. Well, I'll tell you this. I have a feeling a lot has to do, I wouldn't say panic, but when you don't have the success that you thought you were going to have, like this year, hoping to win national championship, your idea and your philosophy, like you said, probably starts to change, and it starts to get a little more. Oh, well, we need to do what everybody else is doing because what we've been doing haven't been working. Because DeBoer's going on year 3 now, and he knows. Unfortunately, if you don't win a national championship here, you're on the hot seat after a year, dang near. 2 for sure. So I have a feeling that is probably changing the way they're going about building a team, which is so unfortunate because as a guy, you have to develop, wait their turn, sit behind guys, practice what you preach. But if you're saying one thing and then people were kind of like, well, why are they transferring? Why are they transferring? Then you come back, not against HaHa, because I'm sure he's not the only one in the building. He's just the only one that's probably said it publicly.
Right.
If you talk about development now, well, these guys still have time to develop. But you're kind of, are you pushing them out the door? Because I know that happens. Hey, we're not going to pay you as much this year. Which, hey, if you are not showing what you were meant to be, or what your expectations were, you're not reaching. I understand a conversation of getting paid less or the same amount, but I don't know. I mean, this new age is still crazy to me. I still don't understand it. And we go on and on about all the things that probably should happen. Not that they listen to us, but if they want to, we can talk about it.
No, I was about to say probably.
I want an NIL deal. For
yeah,
sure.
I would love one. Listen, when I saw all these edge guys and stuff, I'm like, shit. I know I had, excuse my language, I know I had 5 years of playing time here, but I'm like, hell, I mean, I tore my bicep and I missed majority of the season. Can we pull one more year out? I mean, I'll go.
You would have found another way. Yeah,
I'll go get my master. I already have a master's. So I already have a master's. So my doctorate or whatever degree I'm able to, which the trust with the NFL, they actually pay for you to go back to school. They don't even give me a scholarship. The trust will pay for me to go back to school, and then y'all just work me some NIL deals. I go make a smooth 400 or 500K. I'll give you some rushes off the edge, and we'll all be good. I mean, hell, we need some more receivers. We're a little depleted there. We got some good players, but we need some depth. So maybe Slade, you can pull the string. But I want to ask you a question real quick. Oh, go ahead.
We already signed them papers. I think we already signed them to declare. But trust me, I still got a couple more years left. And
you did. Wait, you did. No, you wait. Hold on, you did though.
Yeah, and we probably and I don't know if we talked about it on the show before, but I mean, kind of similar to you. Like I had my 50th COVID year, but man, I love Saban, right? Respecting, but I felt like I wasn't going to get as much opportunity the next year because I was rotating with a freshman, and I felt like it was going to be kind of the same situation going into the next year. So I was like, that's not going to help me get my draft higher unless which I was going to try to, still earn my job, still show that I deserve to be the starting, receiver out of the three or whatever. And then also, like, I had a master's degree, so I'm like, well, I don't want to go to school anymore. I mean, because you have to. If you come back, you got to go to class. I mean, it could have been doing some easy stuff.
You could have took golf lessons. Isn't there like a golf class that people used to take? They used to go to Old Colony and just go swing the stick a little bit and get credits for that. I mean,
I should have done that because obviously my golf game has a lot of work in it. It's bad.
Mine too. Wait, but let me ask you this: Did you consider transferring though? I mean, because now, like you said, the port now it was different. Well, actually, no, you were right around that time, maybe. But you said you graduated.
The portal had just opened up like how school.
Hold on, Slade. I think you're going through a bad spot. Do this, Chase. Let's do this. Let's hit a quick timeout while he passes through that. That would be
Alabama.
Back would be good.
And
can you hear me, Slade?
You got me?
Yeah. It was going through a bad spot. Let me do this.
Yeah, I can hear
while
you.
y'all pass through that, let me send it to break real quick on radio. Then we come back. That way it's smooth, and we'll keep on rolling because that way we don't get over on these breaks. But we'll do that real quick. We'll take a quick timeout. Then we'll let Slade pick up where he left off because that was an interesting point. I never thought about that. Did Slade ever all this transfer talk we're talking about? Did Slade ever consider that? We'll ask him that. Plus, we got an ad message from Tia that's about a wide receiver, a potential wide receiver that could be. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he can end up here. We'll see. But we'll ask Slade his thoughts on this question. I got it pulled up as well. Right here on the Miller's Edge, tied under 0.9, 1230, WTBC.
It's all got to go, so you get to save at the Spiller Furniture Man.
Yeah, my bad, Slade. It was going. It cut out for a second, so I was like, "Oh, it's perfect time. We can catch up on a break real quick."
Yeah, well, if you saw exactly where I was at, you'd understand. We kind of get, like if you ever go to Nashville from like Tuscaloosa or Birmingham, getting those kind of hills, mountains.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, we're approaching that, so hopefully it won't be too bad when we go back. But I'll get off at 12:30, so because I know once we get closer to 12:30, it's definitely gonna get worse.
So,
I'm sorry. Like I just knew, hey.
No,
we'll
you're good.
No,
you don't need to apologize. No, that's smart. Listen, my dad does it all the time. That's literally the only time my dad be jumping on is when his ass be driving back and forth from Greenville and Columbia now, and he pops it up on his iPad, and he just sitting there in that damn Cadillac, that Escalade, driving up and down the road. It works. Man, it's smart. It makes time pass.
Yeah.
Let me read this question real quick.
And that's the only time he probably has, huh?
I guess so. I mean, at least to him, unless because I think he considers his cigar time, I don't know, off limits. Maybe I don't know because I'm retired. You preach, like, come on, man. So much Bible study you can do, brother. No, I'll just play it. Let me. I know there are several conversations happening right now about the approach to the portals. I do believe the trenches win titles. My question is, were there any game-changing guys in the trenches? That's a good question. When it comes to Cam Coleman, I believe if he was all about money, he would have stayed at Auburn. If he wants to win, not necessarily, because I mean they got a whole new coach, new system. I'm gonna read this question when we come back, Slade. I'll let you answer it. Trying to think of what else I wanted to ask while you're on here. outside of the portal stuff. Oh, quarterback conversation. That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Ty
Our
declared.
boy.
I want to
Yeah.
get your thoughts, man, on that. And then when we come back, I want you to give your thoughts on if you have any.
Well, man, it's
opinion on.
funny. And I'll wait to say this, but I'll say it real quick here. I bet what Ty was thinking, obviously he's gonna go a lot higher than the draft than I did. But
Mhm.
I think what he was thinking is probably similar to what I was thinking. And I'll
Mhm.
tell you why later
Yeah,
when
no,
we
I
come
get it.
back. Come back to
No,
the
I
show.
get it. Hell, listen, my senior year, I even myself had a similar deal because before Terrell got hurt, because like my junior year, like I had earned starting job, but
Mhm.
then I think it was Terrell. I can't remember what year he was. So it was me, Anthony, then Terrell, and Tosh had recruited Terrell, so they were trying to get Terrell in there. Like T. Like Tosh was trying to that was his guy. So it was
Yeah.
same thing. So like we were rotating with T. Lou a lot, which is normal. I mean, like a 3-man rotation outside backer is normal. However, you could sense that that Tosh going into that next year, which was my senior year, was trying to push him even more, even though I was like returning guy and I played the Sam. And
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I ain't do nothing to lose anything. I'm like, bro, I'm playing great. Like, if anything,
Well,
I'm playing my best ball. And so and
right.
that was when they're even like, oh, well, we want to get you some reps at inside backer too for depth. And I'm like, I'm not dumb. Like, y'all are trying to
You
have
see the
that
writing on the
purpose.
wall here.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all also are trying to see kind of, all right, how can we also get this guy here and this? And I'm like, and then unfortunately, he got injured. But
Yeah.
I hate to say it like this, but then it also allowed me to not have to worry about the rotation piece of it, which ended up giving me all those snaps, and I ended up having 9.5 sacks, and was actually able to really to play without
Mhm.
having all that stuff. But I understood because before that, I was in that role where same situations you're talking about, and it is kind of like, well, damn, man, I've been working to this point. I'm doing what I'm
Yeah.
supposed to do, but then I'm having like to, what I'm saying? And I know where you're
Yeah.
going with Ty because it's a very similar situation. It's tough, man. When you're at a place with a lot of talent, it's part of. All right, here we go. We're back now. And welcome back into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC, as we're joined by Slim Slade, former Alabama wide receiver Slade Bolden, and a couple of questions for Slade. Did you want to finish what you were saying before? I know the connection got bad, but I
Yeah.
know we got a couple of questions, but I'll let you finish because you were in the middle of a thought there.
Right. Well, we're just guys what can obviously a lot of it has to do with the money, and I was just given a situation where, and we were joking about where's our NIL deals, and if there was a chance to go back, and how much. Obviously, we both declared for the NFL, so you can't.
Right.
Get more money, but one go to game another year. I had 2 years technically. I had my fifth
Mhm.
year, and then I had a COVID year. So, obviously there was a decision to be made, and I was just like, you know what? And I had already kind of planned before the year to, I had all these goals, and unfortunately didn't really hit them that I wanted to, and it happens. And but I was very kind of I got great. Didn't want to go to school, and I was like, oh, if I go to school, I'm gonna go ahead and get the best degree I can. Like I don't know if you get a doctorate in business and entrepreneurship, but I was going to try, or whatever it
Yeah.
was. I wasn't just going to take the easy way. But that, and also I had to rotate with JoJo Earl at the time, and nothing against him. He's a great player, but I felt like I earned more opportunities, and so I'm sitting there. I'm like, I felt like if I'd have came back, I'd have been in the same situation, rotating with a guy, or possibly worse, lose my job. And
Mhm.
and so I was thought about that. And like I was gonna do everything in my power to keep my job and get as much opportunity as I could. But at the end of the day, that's how Saban works sometimes. Like it's hard for guys like me and you sometimes in that situation. But I gotta respect it because he looks at guys like, if I can get a freshman in now and get him acclimated to the speed of the game, because we know he's a great player and athlete, by year 3, I have like a first round investment and he's going to make our team even better. So I get that. And I wasn't the most athletic guy. But when it come to transferring, it was either declare or transfer, right? Because I was like, if I come back, then who knows what will happen. But I like how Ty's probably thinking now, like, if he was to stay another year, he probably knows that coming back wouldn't be the best opportunity for him. But man, like, you love the Tide. You know, that's where you got your degree, where you made your name. You know, all the people and the staff, coaches, you name it, that you made connections with. I know that was going to take care of me throughout the rest of my life. And look, I'm loyal to a T, and you know, I committed to that school, and Coach Saban gave me an opportunity at the end of the day to play, and I'm forever grateful. So I was just like, I'm not transferring because, I mean, I'm Roll Tide for life, right? And maybe that's what Ty's thinking. So, yeah, but I could have got paid probably because, you know, NIL was a thing at that point. Probably not near as much as these guys, but, you know, I couldn't do it. But, man, you know, hindsight 2020, I go to training camp my rookie year, and I get a sports hernia.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'd have got sports hernia and I'd have came back because it happened right like the second week of training camp. And if I would have happened during fall camp, man, I'd have missed pretty much the whole season. So now I'm a 6-year. Do I transfer now? I just missed a whole season pretty much. So, like, you know, everything is what ifs and, you know, shoulda, coulda, wouldas. But I felt like I was eventually going to tear that because my other one was already torn when I got my MRI back. So I was like, that was probably bound to happen. So if I'd have came back and that happened during fall camp, then I may be in a worse spot. So, you know, it's all because I know people. I've had people ask like, well, why you shouldn't have left early? You hurt yourself. Like, you know, if you came back, you'd help your stock. I'm like, well, yeah. Well, what if I came back, got hurt, and I'm a 6-year and then transfer?
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? So
no, that's a fair point.
Everything happens for a reason, and you know, it's all part of the Lord's plan, and whatever that may be, you know, that's I'm thankful for. So, but yeah, that was kind of my decision making or my thought process during that time.
No, that makes perfect sense, and I wouldn't be shocked if that is something that Ty was having to at least include in his decision. That if I do come back, I've got not just one but two younger quarterbacks who, without a doubt, they're going to keep developing. Who knows if they're both here, but even if it's just one, like you said, one would imagine that leash would potentially be shorter this upcoming season if he did come back to school, just knowing that, you know, a guy like Keelan Russell sitting there, he's getting better. And, you know, the second half of the season for Ty, just unfortunately, there were some bumps in the road, so to speak. And I'm not saying everything entirely. Like, we all know lack of running game, inconsistency up front, that also plays a role. But still, that said, I definitely think that probably went into it. And when there was rumors about Miami or Tennessee being potential landing spots if he did hit the portal, I think he shared the same philosophy that you just shared, that you had when you were in that situation, that especially with him being a quarterback, I've already established a legacy here at the University of Alabama.
Yep.
If I go and transfer,
that's the word, legacy. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, and it's like, even if I go and play just one season at the University of Miami, look at Carson Beck, a former Georgia guy, then now he's playing at Miami. Wow, he did win a championship at the University of Georgia, and I'm sure, I mean, it didn't seem like that situation went bad. I think they were ready to kind of give Gunnar Stockton a chance anyway. One would imagine that there's probably a little bit of I'm not saying like this hesitation, but it's probably going to be a little interesting if he were to try to go back to Athens. I don't think they would like not want him, but it's not going to hold the same weight as if he would have just finished his career there entirely as a Georgia Bulldog, which makes perfect sense. And I think Ty probably thought about that. I love the University of Alabama. If I go play at Miami, it's kind of weird. Not weird, but it's not going to have the same level of significance. And I want to ask you real quick, we're talking about quarterbacks, so I'll let you run. I know you're about to get out of here. The two young guys, Keelan Russell, Austin Mack, we've gotten to see them in, you know, limited playing time this past season. As of now, the expectation is both of these guys are going to be here competing for the job. I guess we got plenty of time. You never know. Maybe Mack, I think, could enter the portal if he chooses to do so. I'm not saying he does, but his answer definitely felt one way versus Keelan's answer when they were asked that. Say they both are here, Slade. How do you feel like that situation goes, and who do you think gives Alabama the best chance moving forward, both in the near term. I guess long term the answer would be Keelan Russell. He's younger, but I guess going into next season, right? You got Austin Mack, who's a little bit older, been in the system longer, but you got Keelan Russell, who's got undeniable talent as well, and he's the guy that they brought here, the prize recruit that they brought to Tuscaloosa to be the future. But what have you seen with your eyes out of the two quarterbacks?
Well, I'll tell you this, they're going to continue to be battling up until probably the week of the first game, just because if they make a decision too early or they start giving one guy more reps with the ones than the other, those guys are so quick to leave. Because as a quarterback, especially as a Mac situation, not having as many years left, I mean, he's got to make a decision, and he don't have a whole lot of time to get in front of, or showcase his ability to, for the future. But I do believe, just based off what I've seen, especially if we're not able to get a good O-line to protect our quarterback, a guy like Keelan Russell, his ability to escape the pocket, make plays with his feet, that's somebody who's going to be better. Now, if we have a really good O-line and we're able to protect, I think Mac will probably be able to, pick and pull and kind of not manage the game better, but just, overall probably be more efficient because, he's been in the system a lot longer.
Exactly.
But overall, talent-wise, Keelan Russell is – and look, get him in a year, let him adjust and acclimate, and, maybe by year 3 we're rolling. Or his year 3. So I don't know, but they're not gonna. I'm telling you, they're gonna try to wait it out as long as they can, so they can have depth at least.
Well, yeah, no, and what's interesting is though that now that there's only that one portal window, I guess if you choose not to transfer right now, you really don't have a choice. You're kind of there unless you decide to maybe just sit out in hopes of maybe retaining that year. I don't know how that would work since I think Mac already received a red shirt early in his career. So I don't know. These new rules are kind of crazy, but I think you hit it spot on. I think in terms of improvising and navigating the pocket, man, watching Keelan Russell, even in practice in some of these scrimmages, man, I've seen him, man, he's made some plays where things are breaking down. He's improvising. He's rolling out like on the run. I mean, like the zip he has throwing the football, it comes off his hand. I mean, it's different, but you can't deny Austin Mack either. And like you said, in terms of with his experience in the system, I've seen him develop tremendously from when I first saw him, and dirting some balls every now and then, accuracy. Like one day he'd have a day of practice where he looked like the best quarterback in the room, and there'd be another day where you're like, man, he's struggling today. I think he's really closed the gap on some of those inconsistencies, and he looks a lot more comfortable now. We're to the point where, like, if you had to go play a game tomorrow, I would feel more comfortable with Mac probably. However, I'm under the belief, like you, that all right, it's January. By the time we take the field in September, there's a good chance Keelan Russell is going to close that gap, not from a talent perspective, but more so from the experience and the amount of reps that these guys are going to get through spring ball, summer 7-on-7, and fall camp. So I think it's going to be interesting, and I really believe that over the next 8 months or so, there's going to be one hell of a competition, and I think we're in good hands either way. Like really, I think
it's a good problem to have. Very good problem to have.
Yeah, and even the young guys they brought in, I think that Jet Tamala guy, watching him, man, I think they got 2 quarterbacks that are true freshmen. Obviously, you're looking at those guys down the road, but I think they've shown some potential from what they did in high school and just getting some early looks at a guy like Tamala. And I like the other guy, the other quarterback, the guy he's originally from Hawaii or something like that, man. He's got a big arm on him too. So that quarterback position is solid. Slade, we got a super chat real quick. And Adam's addressing it too. He said, Slade, when my girlfriend and I were at the capstone and the players were coming in, I think he had said this last time we wanted to get it to you. The players were coming in. You were the only one. You, Slade Bolden, were the only one who smiled and stopped to say hi to us. It was her birthday, and she never forgot it. Thanks for doing that. And she got to meet Coach Saban. So she got to meet the one and only Slade Bolden. And she got to meet the GOAT and another guy named Nick Saban.
Y'all, you're too funny. No, but that's awesome. I appreciate that. Well, definitely meeting Coach Saban was a lot cooler than meeting me. But, I mean, anytime I tell people this all the time, it means more to me than them. Being just the fact that they come out of their way to say hello to us and support us. That and even recognize me or whatever the case may be, want to take a picture. I that means more to me. So, but thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. It made my day.
Yeah, no, seriously, no. He mentioned last time right when you got off, and I was like, man, I need to take a screenshot and send it to Slade. And I think I ended up staying on the stream an extra hour or something, breaking down tape. And I forgot, but I'm glad Adam brought it back up. But he said that you were the only one.
Oh, that's Adam. I couldn't see. It was too far.
Yeah, your guy Adam. You got Adam who you need. You need his what'd you say? You need to get his
business information. We both do.
Yeah. I told Adam, man, Adam needs to be. Listen, we opened up. We have a title sponsor opportunity. I mean, Adam, think he said he's a lawyer or something like that, or works. I don't want to say all his business on here, but I think he mentioned in the chat.
Right.
Again, that's Adam, cool. Whatever business you have, man, we need to advertise it, man. Yeah. Adam literally is like our prime investor on the show. What do you call that? I mean, Adam is like I don't know what you call it.
He's not
Adam has a lot of stake in the Miller's Edge. He's got a lot of stake in the Miller. He pretty much owns like a third of this brand at this point. So big thanks to Adam always for the support. Seriously, he said he'll provide it as he said he promises he'll provide it as soon as it's up and running. It's a law firm. So
awesome. That's cool. Congratulations, brother.
And no, seriously, yeah, no. Listen,
and thank you for the kind words, Adam. That was nice.
No, absolutely.
I really appreciate it.
Adam's the man. And even cooler is like he watched my dad play because he's from up north. He watched my dad while my dad played in the league. And then he's a big Alabama fan. So he got to watch him play, then me, and now he watches us do the show. So it's really cool. And some people are like, oh, yeah, I remember your dad playing. But Adam legit is like, no, I was at this game and at this stadium, and I remember he made this play, and I was like, holy crap. Like, nah, he legit like has been watching my dad for years, which is dope, man. Somebody said, awesome. I need a job, Christian. Hey, listen, if you can edit videos and stuff, we could probably work something out, Chris. You gotta
see Mel. I'm gonna need to run here.
Go ahead.
I want to say one more thing about like we talked about legacy and Ty leaving and the Carson Beck situation. Man, like there's one thing, especially like quarterback Ty. We both know that this game does not last forever, and it can go away just like that. And what Ty has been able to do, and amongst a bunch of other guys, because we don't know when this game is going to end. So a lot of times it retires us, an injury, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just, and this is not just Ty. It's just an example. God forbid something was to happen, but a guy like Ty or anybody, man. He will, because of what he did on that field during his time at Bama, he will be forever taken care of from a job, support, anything for the rest of his life because of that. And that's one thing that I thought about, and I believe he probably thought about that too.
Absolutely. No, you're right. And he did it the right way. He waited his turn. He bleeds crimson. He's always been very prideful of this university, and he's earned every bit of it. And you're right. He's always going to be welcome back here and be able to maximize any opportunity he has in the future. Hell, Adam probably will hire him at his law firm one day and get Ty Simpson.
I don't know if Ty's that smart now. I don't know if Ty's that smart. He's smart, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Law is different. Yeah, you're right. That takes a lot. Well, Slade, y'all be safe on that road. I appreciate you making things work just to hop on here, man. And again, big thanks to your girlfriend who's driving. Y'all be safe, and we'll have to get back connected maybe next week because we'll probably have some more news and updates with the circus that we're dealing with. So we'll touch base then, brother. Hey, be safe down in Baton Rouge, man. It gets a little crazy down there now.
It does. Hey, it's all right. I'm a little crazy too. That's all good.
Yeah. Ain't lying there. I just play. Y'all be easy, man. We'll see you next week, bro.
All right, Samuel. Appreciate it, brother. Sir. Roll Tide.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide. Always, man. Slim Slady joins us pretty much. He's like an honorary co-host, man, at this point, man. Love getting him on here. We got to hit a timeout. When we come back, we'll keep diving into what's going on here. Now, again, I know there's some visits. Somebody was like, it's a little quiet today with the portal news. Well, there's some visits. And so we'll pull those guys up. We'll pull some tape up with those guys and see what they have to offer. One of those guys being the safety, got some good length. I want to say he was listed at like 6'4". So we'll see what he's working with when we come back right here on the Miller's Edge. Tide 100.9, 1230, WTBC.
What's next on the Deep South College Football Show with Wyatt?
Shout out to Adam, man. He said he's hiring Ty whenever that. Hopefully it's a while from now. Hopefully Ty plays a long time, but no, Adam's awesome, man. Again, so your law needs, especially up north, but probably anywhere, man. I think nowadays they can shoot. You can probably do things from wherever, man. Y'all tap in with Adam. He's a part of the family, man. Once he gets it up running, we'll definitely be pushing all that stuff for sure. No such thing. Now there's such thing as a good lawyer, man. Listen, you always need a good lawyer. Now there's always going to be lawyers that their job is to represent other. You know what I mean? But it's a job, right? And the justice system is innocent until proven guilty. And I think a large misconception that people have is that, listen, that's the thing about the United States, man. Everybody a fair and just process. At least that's the way it's supposed to be. So, I mean, even if someone, is in the wrong, I mean, it is their right, technically. I hate to say it like that. I know it sounds bad, but that's, part of your right to being a citizen. You get to at least fight it. I don't know. I'll let Adam explain that better. I'm acting like I have some degree in justice and law and justice, but I don't. My aunt is a lawyer, though. That's about all I got for you guys. All right, we need to hit this question from Tia. We'll do that. It's a good question. I forgot to ask it with Slade, but we'll do that. I had this tape pulled up. I'm going to pull up the tape of the young man from Mercer, the safety, because I haven't even seen it yet, so we'll watch it together. But you guys know I normally wait until we finish up on radio that way, because I don't want to watch too much tape during radio. Then the folks that are listening via radio, like they can't see it. And, first and foremost, we are a radio show. I know we kind of really putting a lot of attention in the stream, and rightfully so. But I try to be balanced. But no, I feel a lot better about this guy. Just to circle back again, Tompkins. I feel a lot better about the addition now than I did before. I mean, definitely some things that we got to clean up from a technique standpoint, but footwork number one. I think footwork, playing with better pad level. This guy to me, I mean, if you coach him upright, I mean, 6'5", 290, a guy that's got some athletic ability, man. If you can try to improve that footwork, man, get him taking better steps, playing with better leverage, utilizing that length, I think it'll go a long way for him, man. And then also playing him at the right spot. He don't need a 3 technique 4-eye. I mean, he could do it from time to time, but that nose, that shade, he needs. I still don't understand. People are like, oh, because of depth and injuries, but I don't know. Just weird. Do you think we should go after Earl Little? I don't think so. I'm sure he'll probably, because he's probably going to field some offers from people. He's probably going to have some money thrown at him. Depending on what we do with our safeties, I'm pretty sure Keon Sapp's going to end up returning. I don't think he goes to the draft, at least. I mean, I can't say what he does after that, but I expect Keon Sapp to return. And I know you have Bray Hubbard. That decision's still looming. Christian, if you're Italian, it's not lawyer. It's well, I am Italian. Remember, I am 20% Italian. You're right on that. But let me practice my Italian pronunciation, though. Hold on. Consigliere? I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably butchering that, man. I probably should actually tap into my Italian roots and learn Italian, but I've learned Spanish. But Italian is next. I think I'm gonna try to learn Italian. But listen, look, and that's why I said these other games were better with this guy too. By the way, so I mean, here he is right here, right? He's basically head up, which we would call this like a. I mean, I don't know if he's supposed to be a 2-eye or he's just a 2, but we'll just call it a 2-eye. You see, there's a tiny slide. We'll call it a 2-eye. Ends up working back into the setter, right? Holding his own. See, but see what I mean? The leverage, though, we just got to play lower. Got to get, work on a little fundamentals, but I think it'll be all right. And welcome back into this Thursday edition of the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC, presented by actually no one right now, right? I forgot. We actually are open for a title sponsor. So that leads me to the next thing. If you guys are interested in joining the team, joining the family, again, it's a new year, we've got new opportunities open up. And the big one, the title sponsor of the show actually is available right now. So if you guys are interested, if you guys have a business or know anybody that has a business, again, it doesn't even just have to be local because we expand. I mean, the app reaches all over. The stream is all over. We're expanding our platforms and we're bigger than ever and continuously growing at a very fast pace. Contact us, themillersedge.com. There's a section where you can get more contact information, or the email is easy. If you want to shoot us an email, themillersedge@outlook.com. We'd be glad to talk with you guys about potential opportunities, working with us, sponsorships, advertising opportunities, all that good stuff, endorsements. Is really good. And I mean, I can get testimonials from our clients, man. It's been great stuff, man. We've gotten a lot of good feedback, which is really awesome to hear. So make sure you guys tap in if you're interested in that. All right. Couple things that I want to hit while we've got about 12 minutes or so left. Chase, I know Pat called in earlier. It's been a while. Is Pat still with us? If he is, I'd be glad to take his phone call real quick. If not, we got an app message that we also need to hit. So depending on where we're at with that, I guess that'll determine where we go. Is Pat still with us? He's here. All right, let's do it. Without further ado, let's go to the phone lines. We got Pat on the line. Pat, welcome in.
Man, I enjoyed Slade. I really, I called him my jackknife. But he could play a little bit of anything. But he was an amazing athlete, or is an amazing athlete.
Absolutely.
But anyway, hey, what I called about is a lineman that we got visiting from LSU. See what you know about him. Name is DJ Chester, I think. I mean, look, prototype size, 6'6", 315 pounds. I think he's played like nearly 1,000 college snaps. But is he what we need to protect these young quarterbacks? And do we have a chance of landing him?
I'll be honest with you, Pat. I have not seen his tape, but that would give us somebody else to watch. So I will pull him up now.
He's visiting today.
Yeah, I got you. I'll pull him up. I haven't watched him, so I don't have any thoughts on him, if I'm being completely honest with you. But
okay.
I'll say this: for our offensive line right now, I mean, we need bodies, number one. So I mean, whether he's a guy with experience that you're bringing in to take over a starting job and make an immediate impact, or even just come compete and you're hoping that he can be a body. I don't know how much eligibility he has, so I have to do more research. But I'll say this, man. I mean, right now, the way things look, you've got Michael Carroll, who re-signed, who you expect him to play right tackle, but you also can bump him back to playing guard because he's also comfortable there. Will Sanders, I like Will Sanders. I mean, not the biggest guy, but he's scrappy, good technique. And I think he's probably a good, strong candidate for a guy to step up into that offensive line starting group. And then really, center, I know you bring in the kid from Michigan, but he's young. So I label him as somebody that's competing. I don't necessarily pencil him in as a sure starter. But outside of that, left tackle, left guard, those are important. So if this guy has SEC experience, he's played, even if he's not maybe like the best product or polished product, at least he's a guy that has played snaps in this conference, and you hope that he can at least give you somebody to put in there. Kind of like, look, you saw what we got out of Dewberry. He had experience at Texas A&M, maybe not the best product, but at this point, you need as many bodies as possible. So I'm going to watch this tape, and I'll definitely get back with you probably tomorrow, or if you want to come check us out on the stream, and I'll give you more thoughts. We did watch Peak though. We watched Peak from North Carolina State. I can give you my thoughts on him. He's fluid in space, has a nice kick step to him. He's more athletic type of tackle compared to what we've seen over the last 3 years with Caden Proctor. Now he is, with him being more of an athlete, he's a little more susceptible to power. Watching him, take on some of that speed and power from Bain, who is probably a top 10 pick. It was a little hard for him to hunker down. So it's kind of, you got to pick and choose sometimes, unless you have a guy who's elite, who's like Cam Robinson, who has sweet feet, as I would call it. I mean, elite kick step. I mean, he's getting to the spot. I mean, great change direction, long arms, great punch, but also can hunker down and be powerful. those guys are hard to come by. I would not label Peak as that. He's a little bit more of the athletic guy, but not as strong. But I think for what this system asks out of their players, I feel like he would probably fit well in terms of the movement, the things like that. We need help with speed rushers. I think he's probably a better fit at left tackle. So hopefully you give that guy some attention.
I appreciate you. You know most everything. But my question is, I'm a little bit concerned about running back. Yeah, he had a lot of yards in North Carolina State, but his pass blocking leaves a tremendous amount to be desired. I went in depth on him as far as what his ability to do. He has good natural hands, has the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, make people miss in space, but pass blocking is a detriment. And that I'm worried to death about that. We're in the same situation. Hey, we could be down to no quarterbacks. That if they get hit the way that Paul Ty got hit this past year, God, bless his heart.
Yeah, well, now people know what Jalen Milroe was dealing with. He just covered it up some with his athletic ability. That's why we kept trying to tell everybody. It's not easy playing the position when you don't have the guys around you playing up to their standard. But you're right. It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. But I think, that should be the main priority. I have to go back and watch some of the pass pro snaps of Smothers. I haven't seen a whole bunch of them. I was trying to watch some of it when we were watching Peak, but I was so focused on Peak that I kind of forgot to go back and watch Smothers. So I was curious about that. That was my first comment when we did land him. I said, everything I see out of him tells me he's got explosive ability, can catch the football out of the backfield, does a good job, reading things, putting his foot in the ground, making those cuts and exploding through gaps, and nice breakaway speed, right? All of that translates to things that we hadn't really seen out of our running back room in some time. I don't think we had anybody that had that true breakaway speed, that explosive ability from that unit. So that is a plus. But I did follow that up by saying, in terms of pass pro, I don't know much about that, and that is important. The good news is you do have other backs in there as well, right? So hopefully you can keep developing a guy like Daniel Hill, who can learn to play behind his pass, who can learn to utilize that big 245-pound frame. So maybe Daniel Hill becomes a little bit more of a third down option at times, just almost for protection purposes, but also can catch the football out of the backfield. So just gives you something else to work with. And I think it's a big pickup. I just think the biggest thing right now is offensive line. All our attention needs to probably be on the offensive line, if you ask me. That's just my opinion.
Sure. But hey, better find some big uglies that can play outside linebacker and defensive middle guards and all that kind of crap. We in serious trouble because, hey, when we lost, everybody said they want to about Keeley. He looked like at the end of the season he was coming along, and it may have just been that he was lucky on a few plays. I don't know, but he's supposed to have had all kind of potential, and he's gone.
Yeah, well, and I pulled up the tape, and again, that's what we always do, man. We don't go off of highlights; we go off of tape, and I'll be the first one to tell you. Not even that. Even just going to practices. I'll be the first one to tell you. Keon Keeley was putting it together. He was making progress. But by no means was a finished product, and he still had a ways to go, but it still hurts though, regardless. Even that said, just because you've been working with him and you've been, getting so much out of him, and now he looked like he finally was starting to turn the corner a little bit. And that's the disappointing part, but it's part of it, man. And you just got to go to the next man up mentality, or the next man in, as we probably should start saying, because you got to bring him in from the portal. So, Pat, I appreciate the call, man. Good stuff. And like I said, I'll go back and watch the young man from LSU. We'll talk soon, man. Thank you so much. Good deal. Well, all right. Well, we got to get out of here early on the radio side of things, but all our listeners on the stream, both YouTube and Facebook, don't go anywhere. We're hanging around. We're going to dive into some tape. We're going to break it down like we like to do. We'll answer more questions, and we'll keep on rolling on the stream side of things. But for radio, that'll do it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow for a Free-for-All Friday. Big thanks to all our supporters, all our listeners via Tide 100.9, whether it's FM, 1230 WTBC, AM, the app, people listening all over. We appreciate all the support that we have, plus all the folks behind the scenes like Chase and others that make it happen in terms of producing this show. On that note, we will see you guys tomorrow right here on the Miller's Edge, Tide 100.9, 1230 WTBC. Hope you have a good one.
You've been listening to the Miller's Edge, tackling sports daily.
All right, perfect. We're not going anywhere on the stream, guys, so don't run. Wait, what do y'all got going in the chat, man? Y'all leave Adam alone. What's going on? Y'all get off my guy, Adam. Will Sanders' physical talent aside, plays with tenacity. It was clear in the small sample size we saw from him. Peak doesn't give up on a block, plays for the whistle. He can add functional power. Yeah, no, I agree 100% with that. I like Will Sanders. Like I said, he's scrappy, not the biggest guy, but plays with solid technique. I mean, and he's not going to quit on you. And I think that's why it was hard to keep him off the field. I mean, they're searching for guys that wanted it, right? That showed that tenacity, that could go in there and do what they could. Now, there's some snaps in pass pro where he might have struggled a little bit from time to time, sure. But again, we can work on that. But listen, all the tenacity and grit and that mentality, man, you give me more guys like that, and we can. My mic's acting weird again, man. Sorry. All right, so let me pull up. We're done with Tompkins. We've seen plenty of that. Who is it that we're going to do? We're going to do. Is it the LSU guy first, or who are we going to go to next, or the safety? Sorry, I said we're going to do the safety. And I never got to read Tia's ad message, so I need to go back and do that as well. Or y'all tell me who do y'all want to see first. Y'all want to see the LSU offensive lineman? Y'all want to see the Mercer safety who's on a visit here? Or something else? Y'all tell me what tape y'all want to see real quick. Go watch Peak against James Pearson 2024. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I watched Peak yesterday against Miami, and he's a good player for sure. Definitely, watching him against Miami's tough because those guys are just really good. There's some technique things that he needs to clean up. Got to learn how to really sit down and hunker down when guys, go speed to power on him. But like I said, I mean, it's kind of expected. You know what I mean? He's a different type of player. So that's probably part of what you expect out of a more athletic tackle. But I like Pete though. I like him a lot. I think he would fit in nice. Just trying to stay patient, wait for the dust to settle. Looking forward to spring. Figure out what I'm cheering for that. Yeah, we still got a long ways to go. All right, we got one vote for LSU, one vote for safety, another vote for safety. Yeah, sorry, that thing cut out. Let me turn my mic thing up. My dogs they're doing work outside, and my dogs they're going at it. They're just barking, so I ain't wanting to be all in the background. Dang, it's kind of split, man. It's split down the middle. Does the mic sound better now? Does that sound better? Or no? All right, everybody wants to see the LSU tackle now. That doesn't sound better. All right, how about that? Does that sound better? All right, that should be better, but if not, y'all just let me know. Y'all just tell me in the chat and I'll fix it. All right, y'all want to see the LSU guy real quick. Let's see. Why don't we just watch when he played us? All right, much better. Sorry about that. Yeah, I got the new PC set up, but the problem is I went to order a mic and I got to figure out how to do the because you got two types of mics, man. You got USB mics, and you got like auxiliary mics. I want to do an auxiliary mic because those are supposed to be much better, but I don't know a whole bunch about it yet, so I'm still trying to figure out how that setup goes. All right, LSU offense versus Alabama. We need 2025 though. All right. Sorry, just bear with me, man. Like I said, they're doing work out there, so my dogs are going nuts. I'm trying to find this game from this year. I got 2024 pulled up. I don't see. Let me see. Maybe LSU tape. Let me see. That's weird, man. I don't see. Did he play in 2024? I'd rather see 2025. Oh, yeah, they fixed the HVAC. Yeah, it was smooth. It took like, I don't know, It took like 10 minutes. It was fine. It charged me an arm and leg, but it literally was them just throwing a new board. Hey, Christian, we totally appreciate you being in the chat with us last night. Oh, yeah, man. Y'all did a great job, man. That was good stuff, man. Yeah, Dwight told me to give you guys a listen, so I checked it out. You guys do a good job, man. Seriously, keep it up. I don't mean to say that as if it's like, oh, yeah, keep up. You get what I'm saying, though, man. Y'all doing a great job. I hope that doesn't sound like I'm like, oh, yeah, keep up the good work, man. Sometimes it sounds like condescending when you say that. I promise I don't mean like that. It was on YouTube, Jake. They he shared it to me on Twitter. I was watching it via Twitter, but they're on YouTube. Check them out. It's I think the Sharpshooters podcast. I think if you search Sharpshooters podcast, it should come up. But I know Dwight just shared a link with me. Yeah, I apologize, Anna. They're barking up a storm. It's because they're trying to like uproot something in the yard across, and so there's like a lot of like banging and stuff. And okay, good. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure. I just want to make sure. I know sometimes, I just probably overthinking it, but sometimes, oh yeah, keep up the good work, man. It kind of sounds like you're like not condescending in a bad way, but no, I enjoyed it, man. I enjoy. It's refreshing seeing people that like do a good job of like knowing what they're talking about, breaking stuff down. Like a lot of people sometimes are just like kind of talking from like I hate to say like this, like a fan perspective, but no, those guys are just honest, and you can tell that they watch football, they break it down. Yeah, they're pulling a stump. That's literally what they're doing. They're pulling a stump. I think they've been trying to do it for a minute now, man, like a few days. Guys, for some reason, I don't see LSU from 2025. I mean, was he on the roster in 2024? I mean, maybe I could try to, let me see. Let me see if I can find Alabama's. Let me see. Hold on. All right, I found it. All right. And what number is he again, guys? Chance, what's going on, man? Chester is awful, they say, when he was at tackle. You love this part of the show. Yeah, this is where we dive into it, man. Now we're about to dive into the breakdown. Hey, if you guys enjoy breakdowns, you guys enjoy what we're doing, man, hit that like button if you're not already subscribed. Again, we're going to keep throwing all this at you. We got 73 likes today. Not bad, but we got 120 in here. Let's try to hit 100. Let's see. If you guys haven't, man, hit that like button. Guys, Coach Al, Coach Sean, and Brensky they always show your show love. Oh man, well I appreciate that. Yeah, they were doing it plenty yesterday. I was like, that's not why I'm in here. Y'all ain't got to do that, man. I just genuinely checking you guys out from Dwight's recommendation. I enjoyed it, man. But yeah, I appreciate them doing that, man. I appreciate that. That's what it should be. There's some people, man, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but like people like bring like real negative stuff, and it's like maybe it's like they're worried about a competition thing, and I've always just viewed it like respectfully, like I'm not trying to compete with nobody in this deal. I just enjoy breaking football down. You know what I mean? Like when that one dude was coming on here doing that stuff, I'm like, bro, it's really not that serious, man. Like people just have different perspectives. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. That's your right. I mean, you're welcome to debate it. But like when people start being real like negative and stuff, I'm like, that's weird, man. But those guys, man, not with them. I'm not even the slightest. What number is he? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I don't know much about him right now. Hold on. I'll make sure I know what we're looking for. I did hear that he struggled a little bit. Is it Tyree Adam? Who is this guy again? Oh wait, NFC negative free zone. That's what's up. 79. Let's go to the tight. Hold on. Wait, is it 78? Wait, 79. Can you see yourself coaching the collegiate level? I'll be honest with you. With all this going on, absolutely not. man, like I unfortunately, man, I'm around a lot of folks that are involved with all that stuff, and just like hearing this, like what actually goes on, like people think it's just like, oh, well, okay, well, it's just money, man. It goes so much deeper than that stuff to where if you knew what these coaches had to deal with, I feel bad for them. I feel bad. I feel bad for these coaches. Wait, what number is this guy? Hold on, I think. Let me see. I just want to make sure we're watching the right dude. Because if he's 79, I don't see him out there. They got a freshman defensive lineman that just hit the portal. I don't know much about him though. Did y'all give me his number yet? Wait, 79, that's the number I see on his IG. Let's make sure. Well, let me put here. How about this? First of all, we need it. What's the guy? What's his name? Let's start there. What's his name? Because I'm gonna pull up his stats off ESPN, and we'll know if he played in what game he played in and what maybe he didn't. I just don't want to. Is it Adams? Tyree Adams? Help me out, chat. Is it Tyree Adams? Why did I not have any? I don't see anything about this dude. I mean, I'll skip through here real quick, but I don't see 79 out there right now. Hold on. Let me look this up. Tyree Adams. I'm guessing that's who it is. Is it 71? Oh, no, that says that guy signed with Texas A&M. DJ Chester. All right, thank you. All right, sorry. No. I'm asking. I don't know who the guy's name is. That's what I'm saying. I didn't hear Pat when he called and said that. I did see some an LSU offensive lineman, but all right. Let me see this real quick. Trying to find his ESPN thing because it'll show what games he played in because I don't see him right now. 6'6", 315. Is it not? He played against Houston, I think. All right. Does he start? I mean, unless I'm blind, but I see 75, 57, 78, 61, or whatever it is, and 56. So, I mean, should we go to a different game? This is 2025. I mean, there's a clear picture. I mean, that's who they had in the game. And last time I checked out, I think we were probably one of the few teams that was actually rotating offensive linemen. I mean, I can try to find another game. Let's try another game. I mean, did he not play against us, or maybe he's not? Is he not a starter? Was he hurt? Let me pull up a different LSU game. Let's see. Shoot, South Carolina would be a good one. They got a damn good defensive line. Let's see if he's out here. Oh, hell. I see 71. Guys, I mean, that's 78. He started in 24, not 25. All right, so yeah, but he's not playing tackle though. That's 75 and 71. This is 2025. Wait, all right. Maybe we need to look at somebody else because I mean, like, you guys told me he played tackle and center, and I don't see him at any of these. He's not at none of these spots. Oh, was he hurt? I mean, 71, that's 78. Not in 2025. Let's try 2024. I mean, I guess my question is, why is he not playing? Yeah, Adam signed with LSU. Why is he not playing? I guess that would be my next question. Let's try 2024. Wait, is this him at center? So this is him at center. All right. So now we got it. Only game he started this year was against OU. So he's a center in 2024. Then he moved to tackle. Is that what I'm picking up? I mean, if he's got experience playing center, I mean, I like that already because I mean, we don't have a center now. I don't know how good he is, but 2025 depth chart has him as a backup center. All right, so we're looking at him as a center. We brought the Michigan guy in. I think he could play center. He played some center at Michigan, but I think he also played some guard. Ain't nothing there. I mean, just by my initial glance, just kind of to see him, I don't know how well he moves. He doesn't seem like you're talking about Parker Brails for being a guy with like elite lateral quickness and mobility. This guy's going to be a little bit different. When I say a little bit, I mean a lot. And again, talking about two different body types, all right? So, I mean, doesn't have the quickest feet. Definitely a big dude. I mean, I like the fact that he played center, I guess, last year. This year, does he have experience at tackle? I feel like somebody said he played some tackle, but I mean, just off of just eye test, I mean, he's a bigger guy. He's listed at 6'6", 315. I mean, listen, we need bodies, right? So I don't want to be like too critical, but I'm just give my honest assessment. I mean, if you're talking about you need for everybody that's been saying this system requires lateral mobility, guys to be able to play in space, pull, right? He does not fit that description. So, especially when you go from a guy who's 6'2", 290, who excels in space, a guy who excels lateral quickness, being able to pull, right? You know what I mean? Like Parker Brailsford is one of those guys. This guy is a lot different than that. So I don't know where they view him in terms of him coming here. They view him as a center, guard. Somebody said he played some tackle. The good news is he played 2023 and 2024 center. This year he played some at left tackle. That's pretty much it. LSU fans are hoping he signs here. Yeah, I mean, if I'm just being honest again, and we've only watched, like 2 series here, so I don't want to jump the gun. But he don't blow me away by any means, just being honest. He don't really blow me away. To me, I think if he comes here, I think he's kind of a good depth piece, guy that could, play a number of positions, provides good depth, meaning like he could, if you need a backup center, kind of how Vandermark was. I think he could serve a similar role to Vandermark, meaning, listen, a bigger guy, he probably could come in, he could play, right? You can rely on him to play some snaps for you, but I don't think you're getting some elite level of play out of a guy like this. I'm just being honest with you. Again, very early impression, but that's just what I see. Even for being a bigger guy, like he doesn't seem to pack a whole lot of a punch, right? He's not super powerful. But again, at this point, we need bodies. So not everybody you're landing is going to be some like home run guy. You know what I mean? You never know, though. It could work out for him here, like Seth did at Ohio State. Ricky, I love how you always just got like this like supreme level of optimism, which is great. Hell, I try to make it. You guys know me. I always try to find it a positive to spin as much as I can. You know what I mean? I like being a positive person. But when we're in the film room, we just have to call it how we're seeing it. And I'm just telling you. I think he could end up coming here and he could be better. But I'm just saying, what I'm seeing now with his traits and just like small little things from an early eye test, my grade would be more of a Vandermark type guy, personally. Guy who has some experience playing center, maybe could put him at guard. He can come in and he can play snaps. You know what I mean? Like he's a body. Like he's got experience playing in this conference. He can play, but is he going to give you, all conference level play? I personally don't see it. And that's not me being mean or anything, just me being honest. You guys want my honest football opinion, I'm gonna give it to you. Like you see him running in space right here. Like this is him getting out on the screen. Now this is a good example. Like this is why I like looking at seeing how they have certain movements, how they do certain things, and then I start thinking, all right, how does that translate in what we like to do, what we incorporate in our offense? We run a lot of pin and pull. We run a lot of screen game. That requires guys to be able to be comfortable in space. Got to have good footwork, right? Even as an offensive lineman, right? This is him getting out in the screen. Now, I know he doesn't really have much work out there. He's kind of scanning, so there's something to consider. But, and again, this is what we're looking at right here, There you go, turning up a little bit. But you see what I'm saying? That's just, he's a bigger guy. He's not going to move like Parker Brailsford. And I'm just saying, all these people keep telling me that, oh, well, Kalen DeBoer needs to get his guys in there. I don't think this guy fits with a lot of what we're doing. If y'all are saying that's what needs to change, to me, that means this guy's probably not the best fit for that. He feels more like what we already had on the roster. But this is also from 2024, so I'm sure he's a much different football player now. Hell, I improved as a player year after year as well. That's why I don't like watching 2024 because guys are going to be much different. Hell, he might look much different. When you guys said he played some tackle, hell, he might have slimmed down a little bit. I don't know. If he can play center, he can process information at a higher level, which means that he can probably pick up the system. He played SEC snaps. The speed of the game won't be a shock to him. Yeah, no. I'm not saying from that perspective. What I'm saying is, you know, in our system, we run a lot of pin and pull. We run, you know, they had Parker Brailsford pulling a good deal, right? I mean, you're running a lot of screen game. You got to get out of there. You got to be able to play in space. You got to have good mobility. I'm just saying that's not necessarily his best trait. I agree with you, though. I mean, anybody with SEC experience, guys that played snaps in this conference, that's valuable. That's valuable experience. I agree with you there. And as a center, yeah, you're a smart guy for sure. Like I said, I'm not saying I don't like him being here. I'm just saying I view him more in the realm of a guy like Vandermark. Vandermark had center experience. He could play center. He came in and did a decent job. That's what I'm saying. I think this guy could play. I just don't think you're looking at this guy and you're thinking, oh, he's going to be all SEC if he comes here. But as an upgrade over what we had last year, I don't know exactly. That's my now you're getting how I'm looking at it. Because the way I view it is, look, I mean, you need bodies, you need depth, but you need to upgrade. Because even with the guys that we had last season, our offensive line did not play up to the standard. And you had a guy at left tackle who's probably going to be a guard. However, he's viewed as a first-round pick. I don't think he is going to be as high as some of these other people have him, personally. But I think as a guard, he really could translate well. But you got Caden Proctor. You had Parker Brailsford, one of the better centers in the country. Dewberry and the others that fill some of those spots. I mean, they're decent players. I'm just saying, I mean, your goal should be we want to establish the line of scrimmage, and that takes getting quality football players at the position. You can't do it without the Jimmies and Joes. I know how important coaching is, and that needs to be better, but you also need the guys to work with. So, again, and they might view this guy just how I'm saying, more as a depth guy, more of a Vandermark guy, swing guy. Definitely wouldn't be an upgrade over Parker, no. Which is going to be hard to find. Again, and the reality is there might not even be that type of player in the portal. Probably isn't, right? And if there are, best believe you're going to be paying a premium. You know, those guys aren't cheap, but I mean, you're only going to be as good as you want to be in terms of your investment at this point. I hate to say it like that. It sucks that it's turned into that, but it's true. Sure, it won't be maybe a step back. Like I said, I mean, he does his job. I mean, he's not a bad player, just it's a little bit big. Like he's a bigger guy. He doesn't move as well as a guy like Brailsford. You're not going to expect that. Totally different body types, totally different builds. But again, the pros would be he's versatile. He's got SEC experience, and we need more depth. So, I mean, for those reasons, I'm for it. But there you go. You see my point? Remember I just said earlier, bad footwork? This is him at center. I mean, he gets quick swim, tripped over his feet. You know what I mean? Like, again, we're not picking on folks, guys. It's just honest film breakdown. This is exactly what coaches sit here and do. They say a lot worse than what I say. I'm trying to be respectful, but like I said, he doesn't have great footwork. It's a little top heavy, you know. My whole point is if guys think that part of the issue with our offense was having people that were the wrong fit, this does not really fit what we're moving to. Christian, you've been at practices. You played under a physical system that ran the ball at Bama, so you know that you're good at what you rep live. I wonder about our commitment to it. Well, I'll say this. I mean, at practice, they practice a little bit different than we did. They spend probably like an hour and a half doing individual period type drills. Maybe not necessarily that long, but it's long. Like for us, we had maybe we would do indie. Or we'd have starts first before practice started. We would, do walkthrough. Then we do flex, which is our stretch. Then we come out, we do like turnover drill, tackle circuit, stuff like that. Then we go to indie. Depending on the day, we'd have a number of indie drills, but it never lasted longer than maybe 25 minutes, if I remember correctly. These guys, man, they go indie for like, because they do a total of like 28 periods sometimes. Ours would be like 14 periods total. Theirs a little bit shorter, but they have more periods. But anyway, they do a lot of individual drill. But they also get a lot of good teamwork as well. They do a lot of, 11 on 11 reps towards the end of practice, different situational stuff. We used to work, what helped us be so good in terms of like physicality in the running game and run fits on it from a defensive perspective, blocking from an offensive perspective. We used to do what we used to call half line drill, where we used to separate everything. You'd have tight end, tackle, guard versus outside backer, DN, tackle, and then like an inside backer. Or maybe it was just tackle or maybe it was just a tackle, then defensive end, then a backer. But you get my point. So we split it up, and then it was basically it was almost like a form of like Oklahoma drill, but not really, And then there was like the middle parts, and then you have guard, center, guard. What I guess nose, maybe tackle, then backer, then that same thing like you do on the right side, but on the left side, and we go, right, middle, left, right, middle, left, and it just gave us a way to really just like me as an outside backer, I'm focused in on, we know it's run. There's no, pass anything that's drill. It's a straight run drill. But, whether it's pin and pull type deal, whether it's I'm getting just a base block from the tight end, he's blocking down, I'm getting the tackle pull in, and whatever blocking schemes just split up. And we used to bang like that. And then we go from that. Then we'd have team run, which is 11 on 11, but it's straight run period. Like there's no threat of pass. It's strap your helmet up. We're about to get active. You know what I mean? So, and Tuesdays, we used to call it blue collar Tuesdays, hard hat Tuesday, because we knew there's a lot of good on good periods, and it was time to bang. You know what I mean? Like Monday was like walkthrough type stuff. Tuesdays, run focus, right? So we're banging. It's just a lot of good on good, physical practice, especially emphasizing the run, goal line type situations. Then Wednesday was more pass emphasis. Doing a lot more third down stuff like that. We do like the 9-on-9, which is like 7-on-7, but with pass rush up front. But we do like 1-on-1, like 2-on-2, like tackle guard, center guard, and then like tackle guard. Same thing. We used to split stuff up, stuff like that. Yeah, we used to go thud tempo, but our thud was not like Coach Saban wasn't going for just like the, just kind of have bad technique and reach. And thud was like, tackle his ass, but don't put him on the ground. And everybody had a thud. It wasn't just one guy thud. It's like everybody's, Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 9-on-7 half line drill. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kirby does it over at Georgia. I mean, you get great work, man. Really good work. And it allows coaches to really coach you up too, because like they can see exactly 11 on 11 drills is hard because there's so much going on. These coaches, it's hard to focus on like coach every little aspect up until they go watch the tape. Really, half line, it's like, all right, instead of focusing on everybody, it's like, all right, we're focused on our three guys on this side. All right, they get their rep, boom, let's move it to the middle. We got our three guys right here, and you can get a lot better coaching that way too. Really good practice stuff. What's thudding, Ricky? Thudding is a tempo in practice where you got basically full tackle, which is live, right? Just everything's live. So everybody's to the ground except the quarterbacks. A lot of people don't do that. Like Coach Saban always said, the most prone you are to injury is when guys are on the ground. So we only did tackle during scrimmages. DeBoer does live tackle drills at practice occasionally, like for like a period or so, especially like goal line and stuff like that. They do it way more than we did. So don't get it twisted. I mean, DeBoer and company, they have physical practices too. Thudding is just basically you go to hit the dude, you wrap him up, but instead of bringing him to the ground or trying to dive and take somebody's legs out, the goal is literally just to thud him up. Like, and it actually incorporates better technique because instead of you trying to, lunge and dive and stuff, because, in the live setting, it's just get them on the ground. Thudding makes you get in the proper position to make a form tackle. So you actually have to break down, you know what I mean? And actually try to make the play that way instead of being able to dive and lunge, it forces you to put yourself in better position to, near leg, near shoulder, make the tackle, let off. But there ain't nothing soft about thud. I mean, thud is thud. Like, you don't come correct thud. I mean, you could end up on the ground if you don't, bring your feet and actually, take it serious. Wait, what y'all talking about said? What happened with said? Why said still on payroll? They need to, hey, take some of they need to sponsor the Miller's Edge, man. Said making all that money. No, I'm just playing. No, said earns his keep, boy. Oh, so to answer your question, what does said do? He's Coach Saban's personal assistant. That's why he's on payroll. So they pay, I think Coach Saban makes probably about $500,000 just being a resource. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I don't think Coach Saban would be able to operate without said. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Like every little thing that Coach Saban does said is really said. So said takes all his clothes to the dry cleaners. Said has all his stuff ready to go. Said is, man, said gets his cars washed. Said drives them, to the airport. If Coach Saban has an event, said's the one, drive him there, open the door. Said's escorting him in the building. Said's got his beverage waiting for him. Looks like he used to hold that water on the sideline. Said's got his cup if he needs it. If he's speaking. I mean, said literally does like everything, man. So that's why he's still on payroll, because I mean it's a package. There's no Coach Saban without said. Like all seriousness. I mean, I don't know what Coach Saban would do without said. Said goes with them majority of the time when he goes and does. I mean, it's cool, but it's kind of crazy that it's like they're like glued to the hip. No one said 30 years he's actually the glue. Yeah, I don't think people understand that. Like, I really don't think Coach Saban, I don't know what Coach Saban would do without said. And I know said gets recognition, but I don't think people know the extent of how vital said is. I mean, from the standpoint of allowing Coach Saban to do the things that he needs to do to be successful. Just got back on. What tape you breaking down now? We're looking at this LSU lineman that was on a visit. Long story short, again, early assessment, which I need to be better. I need to actually, before I start. That's why I always say early assessment. But because I don't know this guy's history, I don't know his backstory. But center that is transferring from LSU, he's on a visit. I view him as more of a Vandermark type guy, a guy that has snaps, a guy that can play, but he's not like all conference. I mean, there he is right there, right? I mean, again, so everything we said from our earlier assessment is coming up. Now, again, this guy's a good player. Oklahoma's got a good front, but doesn't move his feet great. You know what I mean? And the guy's running by him. I think he's more of a gives up a sack fumble right there, ends up on his face. He's I actually think Vandermark's a better player than this guy. Just kind of giving a little comparison. But I actually think, but again, this is 2024, so who knows? He might be much better. Seth was at Bama before as an employee. Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, Seth was with Coach Bryant, man. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Seth was with Coach Bryant. Would love to find a Dickerson type center. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like that to me is like, man, our priority should be if we got to drop a bag, drop a bag. But to Tia's point, which I'll read it real quick. I know we didn't get to do it on air, but Tia asked a question. I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. Where'd it go? Tia asked, and we're going to pull up that safeties tape. No offense to this guy, or maybe we'll give him one more chance in 2025. Tia said, I know there's several conversations happening right now about the approach to the transfer portal, additions and visits. I do believe the trenches win titles, but my question is, were there any game-changing guys in the trenches? I'm asking because I really only pay attention to Alabama football. You have to be a national guy for me to know you. When it comes to Cam Coleman, I believe if he was all about the money, he would have stayed at Auburn. I think he wants to win, and I think he wants to make the playoffs. If he's willing to come on a discount, that's hard to say no to. So let's start with the first part. So in terms of, are there any guys? I'll be honest, I don't even know a number of these guys because I don't really know them by a name thing. Sometimes I'll recognize them when we're watching tape. I don't know who in the portal is actually a dude and who's not. I mean, like, for example, we watch Peak. I think Peak's a good football player. I don't see him maybe in the same light as some other people that make it seem like it would be like I don't see him like as like a first round offensive tackle type guy. Personally, I don't. Not right now. I'm not saying he can't be that, but just from what I've seen, a lot of people talk about him like that. And I think he's listed as like the number one tackle. That said, I think that is kind of the point, right? That there might not be a bunch of, I guess, players that with that caliber or that caliber of player, right? So that is something to consider. However, I think when you look at this Alabama football team, and the glaring issue from this year is the same thing that me and my dad have been saying for years on this platform, on our radio show, that there's a trench problem. There is a trench crisis at the University of Alabama, and it's not just with Coach DeBoer, it's even Coach Saban's last few years. And I think it's both. I think it's both missing on evaluating talent, and I think it also is some guys probably weren't developed as well as they could be. That's just a fact. But you talk about missing on talent. Listen, I'm just going to be honest. I see these guys in practice, so I'm able to like the guys that are depth pieces that you heard a lot about in high school, but you haven't seen them because they haven't played. I've seen these guys. A lot of those offensive linemen that we've had over the last few years, man, even if they had, stars and whatnot, the guys I've seen in practice, we haven't really had a bunch of quality trench talent, just being completely honest. Now, I don't know if that's just because we just missed on guys in recruiting. NIL became a thing and we weren't dropping the same, as some of these other schools. I don't know. But, you'd have a guy like Latham, Booker. I'll throw Proctor in there, even though Proctor definitely has some work to do. But still, he's better than majority of guys we've seen, right? That have, or at least that I've seen in these rooms. That's why he was playing when people are wondering why is he playing as a true freshman. He's getting beat opening the gate and can't contain a speed rush off the edge. We didn't have anybody else. And I think that's what I'm saying. If you guys really think about things from a deeper perspective, you'll start to realize like, okay, why was Caleb Proctor? Oh, well, he wasn't playing just because, he's a 5. No, he's playing because we didn't have anybody else. Well, then it goes, the next point is why don't we have anybody else? We're the University of Alabama. That's the best we got. We've had a trench problem for a while. So if it's me, like if I was general manager, if they had me in that building and they came to me and asked me, what would you start with? Without a doubt, it starts the offensive line. To your point about Cam Coleman, the reason I don't think it's the biggest priority for me in my eyes is because I look at that wide receiver room. You can only play about 5 guys. Realistically, you're only going to play about 5 guys, and that's including the guys that are rotating in. Given that Horton comes back, I mean, you got Ryan, you got Horton, Latsier Brooks, Rico Scott re-signed, Derek Meadows. I mean, you've got not only talented players, but you've got guys with experience. And Ryan, Horton, and even Brooks now, he'll be a sophomore next year, played a lot of snaps this year, and a number of different players, different body types. And you bring in Sadarian Morgan, who's a big body receiver. Derek Meadows also a tall guy. You got guys like Lotsie that can play in the slot. Rico can play in the slot. What I'm getting at is you've got talent there. I just feel like this past year we didn't get to maximize those guys' talent, right? Why? Offensive line play was an issue, right? The running game probably even more of an issue, but that starts with the offensive line and then it finishes with the running backs. So I would argue that, we had one of the best receiver rooms in the country without a doubt from a talent perspective this past football season. Did they live up to their potential? No. I did not believe that they did. And one of the main reasons, or the 2 biggest reasons, is offensive line and no running game, which isn't just a Kalen DeBoer problem. It's really somewhat of an Alabama problem. Now, we were running the ball a little bit better back in 22, 23. Guys like Jace McClellan in 23. We had Roydell. Those guys did a decent job. Before that, who was in 22? Jahmyr Gibbs, 2022. Definitely was underutilized and definitely didn't get the most out of him. But you get what I'm saying? We were able to do it, but it still wasn't as good as it probably could have and should have been. And that trend has just continued. But to me, the common theme is when I look at our trench play, I just don't think it's where it needs to be. Like I said, it's spotty. You got a really good talent in Booker. You got a really good talent in J.C. Latham. Then the other guys are like, you know what I mean? They kind of getting by. Which ironically, like when I was here, we had really good offensive line play, and it was kind of similar. Like you'd have a guy or two sometimes, but it was more so like you'd have like one guy that you knew like probably one at the same level, but he may do. You know, now I feel like it's the opposite. It's like you got one good guy and you're kind of making do with the others. You know, to me, that's a problem. Let me ask you this. If Cochran is here, does our trench play automatically get better? Isn't it funny how narratives change, guys? Because I used to field calls all the time, people telling me about how terrible Coach Cochran was. He's the reason we have all these injuries. People are so glad that he left. And now, a couple of years later, it's the complete opposite, and everybody's begging for him to come back. Same kind of deal I had to deal with Pete Golden and that stuff. I'm like, you guys got to learn. I think at some point you'll learn. Listen to the voices of truth and experience that are up there. Like I try to tell you guys, Ben, like number one, those injuries weren't blamed on Cochran. They had just as many injuries post Cochran as they did before. Had nothing to do with that. Now, could we probably done some more, taken some more measures and done some more science stuff to kind of help prevention? Yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, we see where the whole super scientific method gets you. I mean, it's very similar. I'd argue we have a similar number of injuries. I'm not putting that on you, T. I'm putting that on everybody else that used to call the show. Like, what was it, 2023, I think? People used to call us left and right and swear up and down like Cochran was the worst thing. And I'm just like, no. Nah, not you. I'm saying in general. I'm saying not you. Doug Marrone said O-line play at Bama back for years. We haven't recovered. Yeah, it's been a challenge for us for a while, man. Even on the defensive side of things, Freddie Roach gets a lot of flack, but guys, I mean, like, look at who he has to work with. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way at all. I love all these dudes, man. Like Byron Young, great player. That's a Freddie Roach guy. He's doing a damn good job with the Eagles right now. Christian Barmore, right? And Barmore, that's like my little brother, but he's a head case, man. Barmore is a tough dude to coach. Again, but ended up being a good player. And I don't think those guys came in as like these elite defensive linemen, but they left here a good player. So I think that goes to show you. I think Roach probably gets too much flack. I think it's more of I think on the defensive line side of things, we just haven't recruited well. Even now, Roach has been doing a solid job. Him and Jamie do a good job. Like I said, do I think there's a difference watching the way Miami's defensive line plays versus ours? I do. I think you're talking about a Hall of Fame defensive line NFLer that is their defensive line coach, but I think also their system, might be a little bit more permitting. So that's something to consider. But I think they still do a good job. You know what I mean? Like, would I like to see some more advancement from our front guys? You know what I mean? In terms of pass rush and their abilities, I would. I do think there's room for growth in that area. But I don't. Again, like we can continue to work on that. I think some people online have said that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think sometimes you got to look deeper. I think the low hanging fruit sometimes is it's immediately that position coach. But if you watch the scheme, you watch the system. You know what I mean? Like that's something to consider. That plays a role in this stuff too. So that's why you guys hear me, and I really do it out of respect because, I mean, when people are calling for jobs, I think people got to remember, like on a personal level, these are people, you're talking about people's families. I mean, people got wives and kids and like somebody getting fired, man, that's never good, So I'll never sit on my platform and like, oh, we need to, I'm not telling, anybody else what to do, but that's why I don't, because I know like behind the scenes, like these folks it's a real life. You know what I mean? Like people got families to feed. And I saw even when Coach Saban retired, man, there's a bunch of people that were left without jobs. And it has a great effect on people because the timing of when he retired, people weren't able to just get picked up like that. You're talking about relocating stuff. I mean, That said, though, I will say, yeah, We got to be better in aspects. Anyway, let's watch a little bit more tape real quick. Let me see. What game did you guys say to this guy? I want to give him one more shot. Not one more shot like he failed, but I want to see him from this year. So it doesn't start with the staff for you? No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that, Ricky. What I'm saying is you have to view the whole picture. I think sometimes a lot of fans or people naturally, and it's not, again, it's natural, right? I mean, like the low-hanging fruit with a lot of these situations is, oh, it's immediately the position coach. All I'm saying in a number of times, yeah, the position coach is responsible for some shortcomings. I'm not disagreeing there or lack of development. I'm not saying that's not true. What I'm saying is it's important before you immediately settle on that to weigh everything. That's what I'm saying. Because I think it varies. There are some groups or some teams, whatever the situation is, where I am in agreement that, yeah, position coach has fallen short. He needs to be better. However, there are other situations when I look at it and I say, the scheme is not allowing that position coach to get the most out of his guys. That's also a fact. Or we also have not landed the same level of recruits, even though the stars might say one thing, but I'm telling you what my eyes see. Just like when I watch this tape, I'm telling you what my eyes see. Like when Tompkins first committed, you can tell the difference between somebody who actually will pull up the tape and watch all his snaps versus just a highlight video. Why? Because there's some pages that just, and that's why I said I don't really consider myself like some page podcast, because I'm just a former player breaking down tape and trying to teach a game of football. I don't really do it for entertainment. I do it for teaching. But I can tell when somebody just says, oh, we got this guy, huge pickup, super productive, this, that, and the third, and they're just reading numbers, but they haven't watched the tape. Because when the tape shows you the picture, and the tape showed initially that guy should not be playing defensive tackle. You know? And it's important to watch all snaps, not just one snap or a highlight video. I mean, you think NFL personnel and scouts and front office people, you think they just watch a guy's highlight videos and draft and pay him a whole bunch of money? You know? Davis, what's up, man? Y'all are funny. All right, y'all want to watch this safety? I just want to. What game was it, real quick? I want to pull it up for it. We can just watch it. No, I'll watch the Jimothy guy too. I got time. We got plenty of time. I'll go through it quick, so we're not just sitting here all day. But we'll pull up Jimothy. But I want to see this guy in 2025 when he plays some tackle. I see what he looks like at center. I want to see him at tackle. Somebody said he played tackle. Big moves are on the horizon. Bama fans are being told that the right people are actively meeting with OC candidates. Okay, hold on now. And Pruitt's being negotiated. All right, I don't know about all that. I mean, I hadn't talked to nobody today, but I don't know about all that. Tia, what game did this guy play at tackle? Y'all tell me real quick so I can just pull it up. And then Jimothy, he's a Mississippi State guy, right? Dwight said something about this guy. I got to go back and watch this guy's tape. Yeah, they don't listen to people like Mel Kiper like that either, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to what their coaches do. And I know from experience because I went to the draft process and I sat there in Indianapolis at the combine and met with teams like the Houston Texans with their GM and head coach, and they literally put my tape on the screen that was not just highlights. They put all clips on there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you from experience. I mean, these coaches, man, if anything, they pay more attention to the lowlights, as we like to call it. And that's what you have to. That's why, like, I have no problem doing that. I mean, I hate like making it seem like I'm like trying to like pull out the negative with these players, but that's the only way you're going to get the whole picture. If you just go off of highlights, everybody's going to assume, you know what I mean? Oh man, it's because we saw these 6 plays. Oh, this is exactly what we're going to get 24/7, but that's just not the case. All right, Tia, you ain't. Wait, you said played OU this. Okay, thank you. All right, cool. Let me find it real quick. OU, LSU, OU, real quick. We're going to because, like I said, I don't want to end on that note with him. I feel bad. Like I want to see him at tackle. LSU, Oklahoma. Let's hope that it's on here. Wait, damn, that's 2024. Hold on. And I might not have it. Worst case, it's all good. Nope, there it is. All right, let's see him at tackle. Bruh. Wait, he's at center again. We'll take it. It's updated. Let's see him from this year. All right. Hey, look, he's moving a little bit better this year now. See what I'm saying? Okay. I spoke too soon. I mean, he is moving better, but I mean, this was like our biggest problem all year. So I'm gonna be a little sensitive when I see that, man. I want to see guys that are finishing blocks. You know what I mean? Like we can get big bodies to get in the way, but I want to see like a technique standpoint. I want to see from that mentality, execution. Really, that should be the theme, right? Execution. Initially, right there on a combo block, 56 climbs up to the backer. Everything looks great right here until we see what we've been dealing with this year, right? We got to finish and the thing is, it's not even like some crazy violent shit. I mean, you just got to finish. Got to finish. Tia, this is 2025. This is Oklahoma 2025. Is it not? Bro, it says 2025. Hold on. No, this is 2025. Wait, is it not? Hold on. No, this is 2025. Who's scouting these players? Chill. Now, listen. Like I said, you need a number of guys. You need bodies. So, I mean, like, and everybody's listen, I might have plays on tape where I probably look trash. Like, I mean, like, there's you just, but that's why you look at the whole picture. And you're looking at traits, right? You're looking at, guys' hip, knee, and ankle flexibility, right? You're looking at his footwork. You're looking at a number of things, like it's not everything's gonna be perfect, and like I said, I mean, sometimes it's more of a depth thing. So you can't say, oh, well, what do they see in this guy? Well, they might view him as just, hey, he's a good depth piece because he's got SEC experience. If we need somebody to go in there, I mean, he probably can figure something out, I mean, it's a nice job coming off his block like he's supposed to, but you know what I mean? Like, to me, I think he looks a little bit better already this year than he did last year. That's why I wanted to see something from this year. Just in terms of how he's moving. Okay, now what are we doing here? GT counter just means guard, tackle, counter. These guys are just pulling. GT, that's what we call it. GT counter. GT quarterback counter. So they're blocking down. He's supposed to block this guy. Guy crosses his face, but does a nice job trying to hold on to him a little bit, ends up somewhat doing his job. See him in pass pro. See, this is a common thing though. In pass pro, like I feel like he struggles in pass pro. I know it's very limited, but I mean it's a very common theme where it's almost like he's kind of just putting his head down, not really, you know what I mean? Unless he's thinking that they're about to pass these guys off. Which, I mean, to be fair, technically, but I almost feel like the way those guys are on different levels like that, I mean, like, you almost got, I don't know. I don't know. Hell, I'm not an O-line coach. I'm just going off of my experience, man. I just think it's footwork. I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of these problems could probably be cleaned up with some better footwork, which you could work on. But sometimes what you got is what you got. You know what I mean? And although he looks a little bit better this year, I still kind of, it doesn't change too much. I mean, I think he looks a little bit better, and I think you would hope that going another year of experience going into this next season, he could be even better. But I still view him as more of a Bama just offered a wide receiver out of UT Rio Grande Valley. Depth or special teams? We can take a look. Somebody tell Christian we just offer. Wait, record my facial expression. Listen, no. Let me be clear. You said Cam Coleman, a guy who's probably market value around $2 million. I didn't say no. Go back to hold on. Don't do that. No, Tia, don't do that. No. Listen, I got receipts. Don't do that, Tia. Nope. Hold on. I got you. Right here. Since you want to be funny and record expressions, let's get your expression when you see this. What does that say on my list? What does that say? What does number 6 say on my list? Wide receiver depth. All right. Wide receiver depth, like Jeremy Pruitt says. All right. Tia's trying to get me. Yeah, nice try. Listen, though. Wide receiver depth. Nice try. I think we need wide receivers. I don't think we need more depth. We only have like 6 scholarship wide receivers. That ain't enough. And like somebody mentioned too, like special teams ability. I mean, you lost Cole Adams and Mbakwe. Those are your 2 returners. So, no, that's good. I'll pull him up though. But yeah, that sounds more like a depth guy. Not saying he can't work himself in the rotation. Again, we only got, I think, 6 scholarship guys now that Rico Scott came back. I was saying a guy that's around, $2 million range. You talking about, if he takes a pay cut, what kind of pay cut are you talking? I mean, even if he took half the money, I mean, that's still 7 figures. And we already got Ryan, who's allegedly making well over 7 figures like that. I know we're not spending $2 million on him, but I'm saying even if you're telling me you think a guy like that, let's just think about this real quick. If Cam Coleman had offers in front of him and said, you come to Alabama, right, knowing that, great chance you get developed to go to the league because, listen, it's the University of Alabama. I mean, plus he knows Derek Nix, so I mean, I'm sure he likes him. But you get what I'm saying, the resources, all the stuff that comes with it. Or you got a place like, I don't know who else to recruit him, Texas A&M, who is willing to give him that $2 million, but also is a good program. That Texas A&M was in the college football playoffs, a 1-loss team. Damn near was in the SEC championship as well. Texas with Steve Sarkisian and the offensive mind that he is, and knowing that also has a good opportunity there probably for him to go to the next level. I'm just saying, like, you're talking about $1 million difference, man. Like, there would have to be something would really have to click for him to want to come here and take that much less. Based on who's signed now, wouldn't DL move up your priority list? Oh, yeah. No, listen, this was from the other day. I forget. So this is, you see the date. That's from January 4th. So if I had to rearrange this right now, I'm still saying offensive line is number 1. We got a linebacker I didn't break his tape down for you guys. If you guys want me to, I will, but I watched a lot of his tape, and I'm just going to tell you he's a converted safety. I don't think he's the only answer. I think he is an answer, right? He's an answer that we need in terms of we need more depth. But he's a converted safety. I view him more of like the Justin Jefferson type, which is great, but you're losing Deontay Lawson, who, again, matter of fact, I texted him yesterday, and hopefully we can get him on the show here soon. He has to win, but got to line it up. But anyway, you're losing Deontay Lawson, who was your signal caller. Hopefully, you got a guy here. If you're not going to get one like QB Reese, that could be that guy. But I'm just saying, I would love for us to get an experienced Mike linebacker. I think we really could utilize that. So I'm still going to keep veteran linebacker. I don't know if I need to keep it at 2, because D-line probably is number 2 right now for me. And then I would put veteran linebacker at 3, because I still want a Mike linebacker if we could find one. A shame you didn't get Ty on the show. Listen, I'll show you right here. I think I already showed y'all that, but this is so dumb because it is what it is. I get it. There are media rules. But he literally was like, yeah, now let's do it. And then I was like, you know what? Let me do it the right way and just clear with our folks over at the media stuff, because I was like, I don't want them to like, oh man, like you should ask. I'm trying to I'd always try to do stuff the right way, even though I know these guys personally. And yeah, long story short, of course, once I asked, and they're like, oh well, we're not having quarterbacks do media right now. This was before he was like officially the starter. And so I was like, you know what? I respect it. I'm like, I get it. They're still, they're waiting to name the starter. Cool. But then what was weird was like, I reached back out like mid-season because I'm like, all right, he's clearly the starter. It was during a bye week. I'm like, this is perfect. We'll get him on during the bye week. They like drug it out. I was like, oh, well, we want to make sure everybody's, locked in for, I forgot whatever the game was coming up. I'm like, so, but to answer your question though, he'll come on here now. I mean, we don't have to worry about all that stuff now. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, he'll be on here at some point, probably. He's just busy right now. The fact that they put you the ringer and let the next round podcast. Well, listen, that's why again I don't say too much because I have a great. I mean, listen, I work with the Crimson Tide Sports Network. I do the post game show. Served as the sideline reporter for years. I mean, like I still that's the only thing that sometimes I'm kind of like I could understand if I was just any former player just doing a podcast. I'm like, but I literally work with like the media department for the radio broadcast team. Like it was a little weird. I'm not gonna lie to you but like I said, man, sometimes people have their relationships, which they have a great relationship with me, but sometimes you got a little buddy system, man. All good though, all good. Bro, your team captain is like listen, like I said, man. But I will just say this, and I don't want to make it seem it's not like it's not. Sometimes it can just be kind of like one person, like sometimes it could be like one person who's in like a role or something, that they don't really care about the whole stuff. They're oh, I'm doing my job, and I respect it. They got a job to do. It is what it is. But like I said, it's all good, man. We're still gonna keep rolling on here, and then we're doing better than ever. So all good. Sorry, I was trying to catch up on some of these chats. Ryan's supposed to be making 2.7. I don't know, but I don't think it's that high. No, I mean it's high, but I don't know if it's that high. Justin Ross, talking about the receiver from Clemson. Good player. He let us have it, boy. Yeah, I think if you're including like the outside endorsements, like the external endorsements, maybe, but to your point, Ricky, that's why I think even Reggie kind of tweeted that. Like when some people are sometimes like, man, y'all need to do this, y'all need to do that. Like as former players, it's like, well, I mean, sometimes it's you got to work with what you're permitted, So Yeah, I agree, Phil. I would say O-line, D-line, and then another linebacker, like a Mike linebacker. Speaking of that, like I'll show you. I'm gonna show y'all Caleb Woodson real quick. I don't think we need to watch more of 79. Like, I mean, again, I think our early assessment is fine. If he commits, we'll deep dive into it and we'll try to look a little bit more. But experienced guy, has some center experience. Would be a little bit of a drop, not a little bit. It would be a drop off from Brailsford, but I mean, sometimes you got to work with what you got. But we'll leave it at that. Let me show y'all Caleb Woodson real quick, and I'll show you what I like about him and what I think we could probably work on a little bit. Which game was that I wanted to show? I know it was Florida State. I think it was Vanderbilt. Yeah, Vanderbilt display. I think he had a number of plays in this game. But what I like about him is, I mean, he's extremely athletic. He's not in there right now. Hold on. Really good change of direction. I mean, the dude can run sideline to sideline. Good size, 6'3", 230. I mean, definitely could. I mean, if he's going to really primarily be that play that true backer spot, I mean, definitely wouldn't hurt him to put on a little weight. That way he can be a little bit more firm, be a little bit stronger. But I think what separates him is, I mean, his athletic ability here is he's number 20. But in terms of, coverage and anything like that you might ask out of him, blitz potential, right? I mean, he's a runner, right? That's what he does well. I like how aggressive he is. I like to see him use his hands a little bit more when he is, taking on blocks. Just because, to me, I mean, you got to be able to play with your hands, especially as a linebacker. Where those big linemen try to get up and climb up on you, man, like what helps you is being physical. You want to get a hat on a hat, but you got to get good hand usage because just like we saw Peak do, I mean, these guys going to grab and hold you. They don't want to. They know you're an athlete, right? They don't want you squirming away and getting off. They're going to try to hold on. That's why you got to have good hand usage. I think he could help. He could benefit from that. It would help him. But also just getting a little bit more experience of playing in the box. I mean, again, I think he's played safety, maybe a little. I don't know if I read that right, but maybe corner his freshman year. But I think just more reps in the box would help him too, right? But nice job there, reading his keys, taking on that. Technically, that's a fullback, H-back. Trying to get his hands in there. Just got to keep him tight and inside. But I like that. I mean, he's not trying to run around stuff. He's physical for a guy that's a converted safety. He's physical. See him here. He's playing in that apex right here. Now, I think he ends up blitzing on this one or coming right off the edge. So you can just kind of see him, man, his athleticism. Like, he can line up all over. That's why I'm saying I still think he's not going to be like a Mike linebacker. He's a weak side backer / I mean, we actually started to do some of this. I mean, you saw them utilize some 4-3. Matter of fact, when we played Vanderbilt, I think we played some 4-3 looks with Justin Jefferson, right? He's going to be that type of guy. Not to mention, I even mentioned this. I feel like if you want to end up doing like whether you call it 4-3 base or you want to call it like a big nickel package, if he has safety experience and he's comfortable in space, he pretty much could play, quote unquote, like a Husky type deal, right? Now, call sheet will look a little bit different when you're in that big Husky or big nickel package, but I think he could probably do it if, he does have extensive experience as a safety. I'm just going off of what I've heard or read or what I know about him. But I don't see him being like outside backer, like Wolf outside backer. I don't necessarily see him like that, but I think they probably view him, 6'3", 230, a little bit lighter than a guy like Jihad, but in terms of how they're able to utilize Jihad in a lot of different areas, only difference is I know Jihad was, off the edge a good bit because he was arguably our best pass rusher, him and Q Robinson. I don't see this guy. This guy's not like an edge guy. mean, like you can bring him off the edge like this, but he's not going to like be working pass rush moves or anything like that. But really good athleticism. There's a better game I wanted to show, but I know in this game, the way they played him, he's playing in space a lot. So I just wanted to show you guys this. I mean, really good athlete. Yeah, I won this game. What game was it? Maybe Florida State. Same thing. He's up here in the apex. You know what I mean? So he can, quote unquote, I like this now. I like this physicality, right? Coming on, taking that tight end. Taking on that tight end, real physical. But see what I mean? Like hand usage, like just make sure we're using our hands. You know, when guys are doing kind of like that wing technique, man, like you're not utilizing your hands. Got to utilize your hands a little bit more. But like I said, I'll take it though. Physicality, it works out perfect right there. Sets a nice edge, makes a nice tackle. Now we're a true stack backer right here. As you can see, I mean, he's a runner, plays a good effort. I mean, you always see him running stuff down. I like the pickup. I think we still need some more though. You see the change of direction, right? I mean, just putting his foot in the ground and going again. He's a former safety, so like to me, I think the common theme of what I'm seeing this staff likes, they like athletes, they like versatile guys. You know, guys that can offer versatility, play a number of different positions, line them up in different spots. That's kind of what this guy is given, which I think again very useful. But in terms of like your traditional linebacker, I mean, that's not really who he is. So I still think we could benefit from getting that type of player as well. You pair that type of player with a guy like this, I mean, I think you got some serious potential to work with. But I don't want to sleep on the guys that we already have either, like QB Reese, some of these other guys. I mean, you want to give them a chance, but just something to think about. Woodson and Caden Jones would be some big inside backers. Jones is 6'4", 235 also. We think about his development. Is that number 30? Does he wear number 30? I need to go back and watch. So I need to self-scout a little bit more. I need to watch some of our current guys. Hillgrove High School with Kenyon Drake. Oh, man. Katie, that's my guy, man. You were coaching there with him? Drake's a great dude, man. He's a hell of an athlete. Same deal, kind of playing in that apex, but he did a lot of that against Vanderbilt. They utilized him in that. But let me show you him against, I think it might have been Florida State. You can see him play a little bit more in the box. I want to say it was Florida State. Was it Florida State? I think so. Let me pull this up. I want to say it was this game. Yeah, 30. Yeah, I think 30's coming along. I would say QB Reese is probably, out of all the young guys, I feel like he's probably the furthest along right now. I hadn't seen too much at 30, if I'm being honest with you, but I like the size. I mean, I think he's got potential. I mean, just seeing him in practice and stuff, I mean, he seems like he's definitely got some potential. I want to go back and actually like pay attention to him. I feel like I've seen a lot more QB Reese than I have of him. Same against Florida State. Speed it up though, so we ain't got to worry about this stuff. Better job with his hands right there. Now, I'll just say this, man. Virginia Tech, some of the stuff they were doing on defense, I was kind of confused, man. But see here, you see him here. He's a real, in the box stack back linebacker, and with in this game plan, but nice tackle there. But looks like he's reading the flow and come back and make a nice play. Let's see. Another tackle. So you can see, I mean, he's, pretty aggressive, tries to anticipate stuff. Sometimes overruns a little bit, but again, though, I like the tools he's got to work with. I mean, you like him. Another play, man, another tackle. I think the more reps he gets playing in the box, playing that traditional linebacker role, which I think he's pretty much played. I think he's played it the whole time he's been there, except for when he first got there. But there you go. Nice job striking, using your hands, disengaging, making a tackle. Gotta wrap up, man. Gotta wrap up. I like that freshman back that Florida State had, though. I do like him. Luke Metz, yeah. There's some good young talent in linebacker room, man. It's just all about how these guys can develop and how quick they can. I mean, because they're going to be relied upon, especially given our direction we go in the portal. I mean, the one play I really like from this dude is there's a play I posted where he ran a reverse down like 20, well, it's 20 yards down the field, but from his angle, I mean, it's probably 30 plus yards. And dude's got a motor. I'll give him that. The thing about Virginia Tech, man, in this game, they're playing cover 2, but man, they have one where, and I think Florida State picked up on it. I mean, it's almost just like base cover 2, where they ain't even had the middle field runner. I don't know what he was doing or looking at, but I mean, they're just like, damn. Hit the whole shot, boom. And then it was later on, I think they end up going not back to that, but I think Virginia Tech just didn't really have great disguise. It's really base rules, and Florida State was taking advantage of. This is that reverse I was talking about, but this is him right here. So, I mean, like, here he is right here. There's what's his name? Is it Deuce? Is that his name? Like, watch him run this down. Love clips like that. I mean, this is like supposed to be cover 3. I don't know what this corner down here is. They had me scratching my head watching this game. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me but that I just wanted to show you kind of an idea about that guy. But you probably get what I'm saying about him in terms of more of a weak side backer. He's not a Mike, but I love the fact that he's got versatility, great athleticism, great change of direction, very rangy. Definitely an interesting pickup. But we need a Mike. We need a true signal caller. Oh, wait. Y'all want to see the safety of the receiver real quick? We'll do one more real quick before I get out of here. Safety or he's from Mercer. I got to see if there's any Mercer on here. I mean, I imagine there is, but there might not be. Wait, there is. Let me see. Oh, wait, we played Mercer. We played Mercer in 2024. I could pull that up. What's the safety's name? Because I don't even know if I can pull up. I mean, we could pull up highlights of that receiver. What's it? Let me see. The receiver's name is. He ain't gonna have that. His tape is not gonna be on here. UT Rio Grande Valley. I don't know why I just pronounced it like that. Let me see if we can find some clips of him. Real quick. Tony Diaz. Let's see it. Well, that's an interview. Now I want to see highlights though. Oh, here we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any tape on him, but we can watch these highlights real quick. Let's speed it up though. Looks like a pretty good player. I mean, I don't know what conference or is it SWAC? I mean, I wish I could just let it play. I just don't want it to. I mean, I'll say this. I mean, he looks like a nice little depth piece. We're talking about depth pieces. I mean, oh, Jimothy Lewis. That was the other one you guys wanted. Wait, right tackle versus UGA. All right, hold on. I guess I want to look at that. I forgot. I mean, I definitely think you talking about like depth at the receiver spot. I mean, that's probably the type of guy you're going for. I mean, probably for good value, you're telling the guy you can come to play, receiver at Alabama. You're probably gonna get him for a pretty good bargain. I don't know what his numbers are. I can't remember what they said, but nah, I mean, he looks like a good player, man. It's a nice little contested catches on here. Good speed. Seeing him get off the line and press. Nah, he ain't gonna be going against corners again in PVAMU, but I mean, I think he looks like a little, good little playmaker. I've seen him take the top of the defense a couple times. Shoot, I'll take him if he wants to commit here. I think that'd be a good little piece to add to that room. We already got some big bodies. I think he'd be a good Good addition. Let me pull up Georgia, Mississippi State. Let me do this real quick. Real quick, I want to see this Jimothy guy real quick. Georgia, Mississippi State. Iowa wants they want who bad? Seth? You need Mississippi State versus Georgia. Let's see. I need to get somebody to produce like some music or something in the background. We watch tape because radio, I'm like talking the whole time. Tape is a little bit different. I ain't really got comments. So I apologize if it gets quiet for a second. I'm trying to pull this stuff up. All right, here we go. Mississippi State versus Georgia. Cole Adams replacement. I mean, he looks like he's got good speed and agility. I wouldn't be shocked if he could be viewed as a special teams type guy. I'm trying to think of who we already have on the roster that already would be a viable option to replace, returner. And we needed more out of that. Something that a lot of people didn't really mention. We talked when we say special teams, yeah, that includes the kicker, that includes the punter, coverage teams, right? I mean, there's too many times we were allowing, big returns, but that also meant I don't think we had great returns this year, honestly. And listen, the battle for field position, that is a big deal in the game of football that often gets overlooked. So I love a good return guy or somebody with some good return ability. I mean, I'm sure you probably got some on the roster that will be an option, but if that guy can also offer that'd be solid. What number does this guy wear? I think you guys said it. Let me scroll up. 74. All right, here we go. Let's see the big fella. I feel like Mississippi State always has these big dudes, man, on both sides of the football. They always got these big dudes, whether they're top recruits or wherever the hell they get them from. They always have like big linemen. Jimothy, I want to pull up his numbers real quick. Like his size. Isn't he like 6'6"? 6'6". What's his weight? Jimothy Lewis, 6'6". I don't know. I just see that he's 6'6". All right, let's just keep going. But now he plays right tackle, though. So, I mean, but does he have experience playing some left? Because I think sometimes something to remember, I think sometimes people just think it's easy just to throw a guy from left tackle to right tackle, left guard, right guard, but it's actually a lot more complicated than that because you got to think that's like a guy being used to being right-hand dominant, and then you got to go and start doing it left side. I haven't played offensive line, but I played a lot of punt coverage or punt team in my career. My kick step from the left side versus the right side felt totally different. So I know how these guys feel in terms of going from one side to the other. He's playing right. The reason I bring that up is you got Michael Carroll. So I guess if you do bring this guy in, are you considering maybe bumping Michael Carroll to right guard? Maybe. I'm just curious. Or does he have experience playing left? Because, I mean, if he doesn't, I mean, it's not easy to say, oh, we're going to throw him at left tackle now. Some guys can make the transition a little bit smoother than others, but it ain't as easy as people might think. It's not just a matter of, oh, just go play on the other side. Man, just kick step for me, like on punt team, because, nowadays they don't have to do it. We ran a true pro-style punt when I was here with Coach Saban. They don't do it anymore now. They do that whole college-style punt. So they don't have to kick step. They're flat-footed, shoulder width apart, right? It's more lateral movement. You know what I mean? Like, or they're striking and then they're getting out laterally. Us, we were literally, in a staggered stance, kick step, kick step, kick step, kick step, kick step, strike, then get out. And like you see in the NFL, that junk's hard, man. I respect offensive line, man. Kick step is not as easy as it seems. PFF says he played left tackle that season, all but 2 games. Well, so he probably has experience playing both. So that's a positive. We'll take it. In terms of a defensive note, so for people that are that sit there and try to make it seem like, oh, I don't always go bad at this, but I like when I have teaching moments, I like to take advantage of it. So when people try to tell me, oh, you can't stop the run with the 4-2-5, no one, we're soft because, again, this is Georgia, led by head coach Kirby Smart, my former coaching coordinator. They're in a 3-man front. You see what I'm saying? And not only that, they're in a mint front. Like I told you guys yesterday, Georgia plays a lot of mint. This is like the new wave right now. What is mint? It's just a tight front. 4-eye, 0, a little bit of a shade right there, and 4-eye. It's supposed to be 0. 4-eye, 0, 4-eye. Right? So a lot of teams, right? Backer is 8. Who is 8? I can't remember if that's could be outside backer, it could be a safety. I don't remember exactly who. I don't remember Georgia's roster, but regardless, it's a 3-man front. You're not going to really see true 3-4 defenses anymore. You just don't. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. And Georgia does a damn good job stopping the run. You can stop the run with a 3-man front out of a mint front, but when we get to that shit, when we're doing a 5-0-5, too much spacing right between the tackles, man. A 4-eye, you're a lot better off if you're going to go for a 3-man front like that. That's what I thought. 8 is 8. What's his name? It's kind of an interesting name, right? It's a DB, right? Yeah. So exactly. So this is literally. Wait, hold on. I have to see from the. What personnel are they in? No, that's the backer. He's an outside backer. So they're same stuff we do. So this is a nickel defense, but it's really a 3-3 type defense, so to speak, or it's really just nickel like we used to play, but we call this tearing the front, and he's just walking out. But you see the point, though, is if you were to play a true 3-4, this guy also will be replaced with the outside backer. And the reason why you can't do this is that now you got 2 outside backers who not a good chance, at least one of them is going to be in coverage, which he's in coverage right here, but he's protected. He's in the boundary down here, right? They're not asking him to do anything on this slot guy except jack his ass up like that. You should never let him block you, right? Which he doesn't. Good job. But it's all about numbers, right? And they're in 11 personnel. So that's why Georgia plays a lot of blue, play a lot of nickel, right? This is literally just, again, it's just nickel. But they're in a tight front. And you can see it better from this copy. This is why people like it, right? Because 4-eye, 0, 4-eye helps eat up those interior gaps. And then you got these guys that can scrape and flow to the football. That's why I just don't like when on early downs when I see us, if we're in a 3-down front, an odd front, in other words, then we got a 5 technique, a 0, and a 5 technique. That's a lot of grass in there, in space for these guys to climb a lot easier. Because when you have a 5 and you have a 0, I mean, think about it. You got a guard that's like wide ass open right there. I mean, he's like immediately climbing to the backers versus in a tight front. In a tight front, I mean, technically that guy could, but you see what I'm saying? You still got to address this. There's more of a presence there. Aguero. Anyway, sorry, we're supposed to be watching this tackle. I'm over here getting distracted. I can't help but talk defense, man. I'm a defensive guy. You see what I mean about the tight front, though? I mean, that guy has to get hands on him, right? He's in that presence. Versus if he was a 5, I mean, this guy just wide ass open. I mean, he's immediately climbing. See what I'm saying? It's just like the little details like that, man. The little details. I like the way he crashes down on that hip like that, though. Funny story. That guy's name is Kristen Miller. Not Christian, but or unless it's pronounced like that, but Kristen Miller. That's how it's spelled. Nice job crashing down, but I don't want to overinvest. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We don't need to do, I mean, bang the hip and climb. Bang the hip and climb. Look for work, which he gets to it. Bang the hip and climb. Right? Like we should already be working up. We don't need to get so invested down there. That guy ain't making the play. He's on the ground. There we go. We get there. All right. Good job passing it off. Good job. Seems like he's a heavy-handed guy, at least the way it looks. Seems like he got a strong little punch to him. Looks powerful, at least. I mean, we got to see some more, but again, you guys can probably tell the difference, right? Like now we're comparing tackles compared to Peak. This guy's a bigger, heavier guy, a little bit more powerful. He's not going to have the same fluid feet, right? He's not going to move as well, but definitely a little bit more on the powerful side of things. There you go. Take him where he wants to go. He's working out there. Throw his ass out there. I like that. Christian going to break down film on a permanent basis. Yeah, I mean, believe it or not, we've been doing it, man. We normally used to just kind of do it in between, breaks on the radio show. But now that it's portal season, I know everybody loves this. Everybody, especially like that's kind of the new thing. I mean, like a lot of you guys really like the film guy and stuff like that. Just tailoring to the audience, man. Everybody wants to see film breakdown, so we're just doing a little bit more of it. And I love to do it, man. I mean, like it's therapeutic to me. I feel like I'm in the meeting room. That's why I used to chew the back. I used to chew, Copenhagen. I don't do that no more. I got my seeds right here, and we get active, man. We treat this like a film session for me. Yeah, he's got some physicality to him. I like it. And see, like now, all right. So, and I'm sure you guys can now see this. So we watched the LSU guy, who's a bigger guy. But you notice a difference here? And I get they're playing different positions, but now like this is why I like tape, because you guys are starting to see like how guys differ. Not all these guys are built the same, play the same. The guy from LSU, although he's a center, bigger guy, not very powerful. When guys are working upfield, he's still having a hard time running them by. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have that same type of power to him. I don't feel he's as heavy-handed, as physical as a guy's. Like this guy, who's a bigger guy, but he's heavy-handed. He's strong, more physical. You see him throwing guys. Like there's levels to these guys. Then you see Peak from NC State. He's in a different category. More fluid, right? Good footwork. Handles himself much better in space as a tackle versus some of these bigger guys. You know what I mean? Like this guy. However, we saw that he's a little more susceptible to power. So these are all the decisions and things that these coaches are looking at when they're grading and evaluating players. Same thing we're doing. It's never a knock. It's not anything personal. I'm sure all these guys are great young men, but we're just honest with what we're seeing. But I do like him having, that punch to him, that physicality to him. I like that about this guy. You see what I mean? Like even it's like the subtle stuff. Like I know he's just bumping the hip here, but there's a difference between you see some guys bump that hip, and it's like, all right, we're doing you're bumping a little bit, which anybody should get movement on somebody because they're not, they're tied up with somebody else, and it's almost, I'm not calling it a cheap shot, but as a defender, it kind of is a little bit cheap shot type deal. It's legal. You get my point, though. But when he does it, I mean, there's some power to it. There's some movement to it, which I feel like we've been lacking. We need guys that can really get some good push. You know what I mean? But also, I think you need guys that can move well too, given that the scheme that we run does require that pin and pull type deal, right? Inside zone. Run a good bit of that as well. Looking at film reminds me of game prep and game review. TV only follows the ball. Yeah, exactly. Skycast is good. Skycast allows you to see the back end, see the coverages that are being played. I can't even. I mean, I try to pay attention to coverage and stuff like that when I'm watching the TV copy, but it's just almost impossible. Like, you don't see the back end. You can't. That's why, I mean, you got to find a way to watch the all 22. And granted, we're watching the tight copy because we're focusing in on, the front. We're worried about the offensive line right now. I know we need guys that are mobile and are good in space for our system, but wouldn't you need a balance between that and physicality too? Yeah, no, that's why, like, when people make it seem like, oh, we just need these, 290 offensive tackles that can pull them. Like, man, no. This ain't the Pac-12. You need guys that are comfortable with their lateral movements, but that's not the whole thing. It's not every run you run is not, you know what I mean? Like, we run gap scheme. I mean, we run duo, we run some counter, right? Like, we run gap scheme as well. So for me, I like when I watch offensive linemen, like, yes, I'm looking for traits, the flexibility, the hip, knee, ankle bend, things like that. But I'm also, looking at like the intangible stuff, the physicality, those types of things. Because to me, that's what really can elevate offensive linemen. The physical tools are really important. Some of the biggest things to look for, but also, I mean, you want them to play with that nasty. You want to see them finishing blocks. You want to see them having authority to them. Like that starts establishing that culture that I think we've been lacking. You see what I mean? Like, this guy he's a heavy-handed physical guy. Like, I like that. Like, even that punch on that backer. Now, I would like him to really engage with that. Like, I like the punch here, but I would like him to engage that a little bit more. I mean, because look at that. I mean, that's physical. Like, this is a good physical rep. You know what I mean? Only step was, I would just say, I mean, get those. That's just enough, which we'll take that. Don't get me wrong. Like, but if you say get your hand inside, it's a little bit more. Just, you don't have to worry about that guy coming off and maybe running something down. But again, it's still perfect rep outside if I had to be nitpicky. But really nice job banging that hip, climbing up, boom, physical punch. I would just try to engage that a little bit more. That way you don't have to worry about that guy coming off making the tackle. Don't have to be forever. Just need enough time for your back to do what he does. It's a good rep, though. I like that. All right, we're playing some hand games. I like it. He's trying to swap the hands. I like it. You know who used to love doing that, man? He understands what they're trying to get out of the play. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so far, man, I would say this is probably some of the better offensive line tape we've seen over the last 2 days. Man, Jedrick Wills and what's his name? Big golly, not Big Lester, but Leatherwood. Man, they love doing that. That swat, man. I mean, that banging the arms down, fall face first in the grass. You see, I'm trying to work a little bit of that. I mean, like I said, I like it, man. It's a big physical cat. Here we go again. We got, looks like GT counter. Yep. He's just blocking down, crashing down on 52. Ride him down. Good job. And when we're talking about like playing in space and lateral movement, like, again, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to be some like, ultra athletic offensive lineman to do it. I mean, these are bigger guys right here. And listen, at the end of the day, now see, like, his big ass needs to finish that block, but he's in great position, right? This is the difference of why our running game struggled this year versus some of these others, right? Is this exact thing right here. Little details. I mean, if this guy just finishes this block, I mean, literally, like, just finish the block. And that's a really good all SEC backer right there. You know what I mean? It can make a world's difference. And for us, it was always just like the timing of us climbing where we're working combo blocks on duo or whatever the case may be, man. I mean, it's like the timing of it, not completely finishing a block and we're getting shed and that guy ends up making the play. And if you just hold that block for a second longer, you give that running back that clearance, like the little details. Not getting great push a number of times. It always was like one thing or another, but I'm telling you, if you clean the little stuff up, it makes a world's difference. PFF gave him an offensive score of 57.2 this game, 79 pass block, 49-2. But see, listen, this is why respectfully, like I always say, I don't rely on PFF. I don't have an account. I saw JJ Watt say this and like, I never had beef with him. If anything, PFF gave me hella love when I was coming out my senior year. I mean, they had a graphic talking about I was one of the most productive edge rushers in the country off of, I don't know, per rush basis and all that stuff. My problem is, though, there's a lot of times where, number one, I don't know who is doing the grades. Two, they don't have all the information. I played this game, under Nick Saban, 5 years at Alabama, a couple years in the league. And I mean, I know Dad played 9 years in the league. I mean, I know a lot about the game of football. I'll be the first one to tell you, without me knowing the exact calls that these teams are calling or knowing their specific philosophies, I can't 100% accurately give a fair grade on whether a guy necessarily is good or bad on a play the way that they do. You can't. Because how do they know if you're working a technique that your coach do called a Jimmy Pony technique, where in split safety coverage to help out in the running game, the defensive end is post-snap trading responsibilities with the backer? They don't know that. You know what I mean? They probably graded Keon Keeley mad high for making some big plays, but then don't understand that he dropped on a call that he had no business dropping in coverage, that he was supposed to set the edge. So they might have gave him positive, but it's really a negative. You see what I'm saying? So I don't rely too much on that. The clips that we've seen of this guy in the running game, he's actually done a pretty dang good job. So maybe it gets worse as we go on, but for him to have a 49 grade right there, I mean, I haven't seen something to show me a 49 as yet. I haven't. Al says, I take him over Peak and Chester based on what I see here. The whole game film is what the evaluation is based on. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. And no knock on Peak. I like Peak. I think he'd be a great player. I think he's probably a little bit better in pass pro potentially. I have to see more of this guy, just given, the traits he's working with. However, I think it's close. And that's why I said, like, for me, Peak, like, is definitely a good player. But I'm sure this guy's probably ranked well below where Peak is in the portal. And I feel like I'm I wouldn't say necessarily more impressed, so to speak, but I would say I'm damn near almost equally impressed with what I've seen so far. This guy's definitely more powerful than Peak. Peak's pretty physical in the running game, but in terms of holding up and really, squatting when he's, getting, power rushes, he struggles with that. I don't think this guy is bad with that, but I'm sure this guy probably struggles a little bit more against speed rush. I'd have to see it. Who would you rather line up against? That's a good question. I mean, I was definitely a speed rusher. So I'll be honest with you. I mean, naturally, I'd probably say I'd probably want to test 74. However, I developed a hell of a long arm my senior year. And the way Peak sets, I feel like if I threw some speed at him a couple times and got him jumping out in his set, the way he kind of gets a little high at times, I could probably lay my hand in his chest and lift him a little bit. These guys are hard to do that on because they're big dudes, man. And I'm seeing him doing all that punch technique, whatever you call it, that club technique. I hated that because I used to work long arm a lot because the evolution of my rush was I used to always my speed ball was stab club. And then I built off of that a straight long arm because people would think, oh, I'm putting it in there and I'm bringing the club. But the next thing you know, boom, no, I'm not. Or they're thinking I'm hitting the edge, boom. And next thing you know, I'm lifting them up. I wish I had some I got some tape of like me doing some stuff like some in practice. I could show you because we used to do like legit pass rush drills, and I can show you me in the game. I couldn't work as much sometimes because of our rules. Coach Saban system, you got to play within the system, but in practice we kind of do. Man, I got to find some of those clips. I'll show you. I mean, I can show you my game clips, but in practice I used to be able to kind of freestyle a little bit more because I had to worry about getting in trouble. Pass rush drills, I mean, you just do whatever. But I'll be honest with you, I remember it was I think it was 2016. We were playing Mississippi State. How was it 2016? I think it was my redshirt sophomore year, but I remember I was in there and they had these like big offensive linemen, and they just were jump setting, which that means like instead of getting like a true kick step and they're trying to beat you to the spot, they're like jump setting. They're trying to they're jumping you like right off the snap. They're almost going lateral and trying to cut you off. And I wasn't used to that. I remember that. I was like, golly, man, I'm like, I got to figure out a game plan because I'm like, man, I ain't strong enough to be sitting there and get into this push and match with these dudes right on the line of scrimmage. I got to build up some momentum. That's why when I think of Mississippi State, I just think of like big physical offensive linemen. I mean, even here, I mean, this guy, again, they're in the tight front. You got a 4-eye. Right? And it's just a big guy playing this position. I mean, he's hemming that dude up. Like that 74 is strong. I like 74. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know what to expect from him initially, just because he didn't really play at Mississippi State. But I think he's got some tools to work with. Now, again, I'm not saying he's gonna come here and be some all conference. I don't know. I mean, he's a younger guy. I think it depends on how you develop him, but he's definitely got some tools to work with. I mean, I wish I could see him. I want to see some reps of somebody really just kind of trying to force the edge on him. I want to see him really had to get a little uncomfortable. I want to see him playing some space. I'll just say this, Al. Go watch Peak against Miami. He struggled with the speed to power. Like they were giving him about all he could handle. That would be my only thing. And run blocking, he definitely is a pretty powerful guy. Has a bad habit of his hand placement, but I mean he's looking to get a hat on a hat, and he's physical. I like that. But I would urge you to check out that Miami tape because he did struggle a little bit with the speed of power. Now again, you're talking about Bain and not Mendoza, I forgot his last name, but two really good players, so that's something to consider. But see, the only problem with 74 is all these clips we're seeing, he's getting contained rushes out of a 4-eye. So he's not, this isn't like stress in terms, you're not being stressed on the edge like that. These guys are really having to loop out and up, bigger players. So I mean that's going to be in his favor. So I want to see them line up. That was that backer they used off the edge. I want to see was it 9? Here we go. This might be one. It's not bad. I mean, for a bigger guy, I mean, his footwork's not bad. A nice little kick step, nice initial step. Just gotta squat on that. But I mean, it's a little stuff though. I mean, like you watch him, look at the hand replacement. See him trying to get to that inside hand placement. I mean, he shoots both hands here. 99 is long, man, and 99 is doing a good job. right? So you got to look at both sides of it. 99 is doing a good job, right? See, displacing the hand by 99, but what does 74 do? He instantly goes to replace, right? Because he knows that's his anchor. That's going to help him, right? He can get that inside hand. He can grab him. 99 is kind of going hand in the face. I wouldn't be shocked if they call flag there. They could have, but that's a good little matchup. I like it. Not a bad rep by 74. He got walked back a little bit, but just got to sit down on it. All right, here he is against speed. Let's see. All right, so good job by Tim. Number one, good get off. He's low. 1, 2, 3. He's going for a chop, right? We're just working a chop dip with tennis. I don't know why 74 is going to try to punch right there. I mean, he's working a chop dip. You know what I mean? We need to ride him by here, which he gets to. Not bad, but you can tell again, different guys. They're going to be better at one thing and struggle with another. Speed rush, he's probably going to struggle a little bit more than a guy like Peak, right? But not terrible. We can work with it. First step's not bad, but then watch him almost kind of step underneath himself. One, see that first step? He's not gaining a lot of ground, though. That's the only problem. It's almost an illusion. It looks better than it really is. We're not gaining a lot of ground. That's a problem. So he even fooled me. You know, it looks like he's getting out in his kick step, but the reality of it is, look where his foot goes, right? See, it's all about gaining ground. See where the mouse is? That's where his foot was. And on the screen, it looks way more than it really is. Not gaining a bunch of ground, then we end up stepping underneath ourselves. Fix that with footwork, right? That can be coached up. We can work with that. Then we just got to be strong and run them by. We can work with it, though. I mean, he's definitely, a little bit different than Peak. Now we go for a jump set. This is what I'm talking about, a jump set. We're forcing the issue, right? See how he immediately jumps him. We're not trying to kick back as much. It's more of a lateral. We're jumping that guy. That's kind of more of his game. I mean, he's a big physical dude, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's just kind of opening the gate, letting the guy kind of run by instead of really gaining depth with that kick step. You're exactly right. But here, jump step, I mean, for a physical, strong guy like that, it kind of just forces the issue. It's tough. Now, the counter for a defensive end on this, if you have the luxury, then we always say, you know, if you're going jump sets like that, you got to be ready to throw quick hands, you know. Because then what happens is when they're not gaining ground, if you beat the hands, you got a clear edge. But nice job. Again, that's going to work for a guy that's physical like that. But Georgia runs some form like a cross dog. Nice pressure. Watch a couple more snaps. Overall, though, I mean, I think he's definitely a solid player. Again, we need bodies. I mean, so, and the interesting thing is you got Michael Carroll. So, I mean, talk about some physicality. I mean, you have Michael Carroll at right guard. You bring this guy in at right tackle. Now, we got to work on the footwork a little bit, work on his kick step. You know what I mean? In terms of defending the edge. I mean, he's going to kind of be a little bit on the lines of like a Proctor type dude, but I like him. And I think those two guys paired together on that right side, I mean, you talk about running the football. I think you could run behind Michael Carroll in 74. Personally. I think he's got a lot of stuff to work with. And I think you guys said he's got a few years of eligibility. What's going on? Nobody's lined up. Gotta give those inside hands. Gotta work on those hands. I don't know why all these tackles we're watching, man. All these guys like this. I have this issue with inside hands, man. Yeah, I'll say this, man. I definitely think he's got potential. I mean, for a guy like this, you're probably saving some money versus maybe a guy like Peak. Hell, I mean, at this point, you probably need. I mean, how many do we have? We have the Michigan guy. Is that the only guy, only offensive lineman we got right now? You probably could use 3 more. And for being honest here, I mean, we don't really have. We need bodies. Well, I guess I didn't really count the incoming guys. I would say at least 2 more. You need at least 2. But I think I'm gonna end it on that note. I'm gonna give me some lunch, man. Shoot, we've been 4 hours again, man. We've been rolling, but I appreciate it. That means you guys are staying engaged and entertained, man, because we're still 100 plus in here, just running through tape, which is fun. Trying to think if there's anything else. I'll try to find some stuff on that safety for Mercer. I didn't have anything other than 2024. If he was on the team in 2024, we can pull that up tomorrow. Is there anybody else that's sorry, it was my hands putting my hands together. Is there anybody else that we haven't looked into that we need to look into? Yeah, of course, man. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Seriously, man. I know, like, without music or anything in the background, sometimes it's a little quiet, but I mean, it's kind of like a little film room, man. That's kind of how it really is in real life. Just grinding tape. But I'll try to be more active when I'm watching it. Sometimes I'm just so locked in trying to pay because like this is my first time watching it with you guys. Like a lot of people that are uploading like the film guy. I mean, like he's watched it through and then he's presenting it to you guys. We're watching it together, so like I'm actively in real time trying to analyze it and offer my opinion. So hopefully you guys are cool with it. Like I said, I feel bad because it's not as entertaining as like the radio side of things, but like I genuinely am watching it for the first time like you. So but yeah, we'll keep breaking it down too. And if there's anybody that comes up, let me refresh Twitter real quick. Right now, the only person I can think of is you got the safety that's on campus. We watched the LSU offensive lineman. We took a quick glimpse at Tony Diaz, who is, to me, I think for a small school guy, I mean, he definitely looks like a playmaker, and I think he could do well here in a room like us, a room like we have, I should say. I, without a doubt, think that he's a good depth piece. Looks like he's got speed to take the top off the defense. Has shown an ability to make some very nice contested catches. I mean, I think he'd be a solid pickup. I would be cool with it. I'm watching his highlights right now. Matter of fact, let me throw it.
Line and Barberger.
17 receptions for 172 yards and a touchdown.
Our offense is electric. When we get going, I don't think nobody can stop us.
Yard line and Barberger throws to the corner of the end zone. This is caught. Sensational one-handed catch by Tony D.
Wait, did he do that twice? Think no music's better in your opinion? Oh, well, bet. Yeah, I like it like that too, to be honest with you. I just know sometimes it's kind of quiet. I'm like, man, probably need to talk more, but like I genuinely watched that. But wait, hold on. Did he make that catch twice? He damn sure did, because that's an orange uniform and a white uniform. Hold on, man. I know we watched those little YouTube highlights real quick, but thanks, Al. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'm keeping up to date with you guys. I subscribed yesterday. I'll be on the lookout. Damn, he made that catch twice. Hold on, man. I like that. Let me turn it down, though. I know I had some cussing in it, man. Some of you guys might be at work or something. I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble. Yeah, he made that game. So that's him making it once, twice. And the nice thing about skill guys, like if you're watching a skill guy from a small school, is that skill guys can translate over to like, a conference like the SEC a lot easier than say offensive line or defensive line for that matter. Some of these other positions. I'm not saying it's easy, but you get what I'm saying. Like if you're an athlete, can catch the football, that's going to be a lot easier to translate than a lot of these other positions. If you're talking about a guy from a small school. So what I'm getting at is, yeah, you still take into consideration he's doing this against small school competition. However, the acrobatic, contested catch ability, the speed, all that typically, that making those types of catches, not really matter. Yeah, you're talking about the biggest difference will be, corners and DBs that are going against in terms of press coverage. Going to be a little bit different when you got Everett from Georgia versus NGPWAM University, whatever that was on the field that we saw. But he's a hell of an athlete, man. Throwing him in that room, even if it's just for depth, man. I don't know if he's got return history, but I like this guy. I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up committing to Alabama. I don't see why. If you're going from Rio Grande Valley State or whatever it is, man, you got an Alabama offer. Shoot. And how many years of eligibility does he have? I guess that'd be the only question. Maybe he wants to go somewhere where he's like definitely going to play. Damn. Yeah, I like it. I would be cool with that pickup for sure. I think this guy's got 3 years left. Man. They just need to develop receivers, specialists. Yeah, no, they have to. Listen, that if you, like Derek Nix is walking into, I think probably any coach's dream, right? You got a guy like Ryan Williams, who I understand had a little bit of a down year, but talk about the potential there. Horton Brooks, Rico Scott, Cedarian Morgan, a 5-star big body receiver. Literally. Derek Nix is walking into probably the best room he's ever walked into. So he's got a great opportunity in front of him. I really hope that he can get the most out of these players because, we got a lot of potential to tap into. A lot of potential. Our tight end came from Cal Poly. Yeah, that's true. He did come from a small school. He did. And it's honestly impressive that he was able. Now, granted, he went to Washington first before he made the jump, but still, it is impressive. I'm just saying from like a wide receiver standpoint, if you're going to try to say like a guy to be able to go from a small school to a big jump like the SEC and to have confidence that he can transition well, receivers always, even a kid from high school to college, receiver is going to be the easiest position for somebody to be able to transition. That's just a fact. Because if you're fast, you're athletic, you can run good routes, and you can make these types of catches. Yes, you're going to have the challenge of going against SEC caliber, DBs when it's, they're playing man, they're impressed. That part of your game has to really, improve, right? Route running, true. But it's a lot different versus, like, say we're talking about a left tackle that's used to blocking guys in this conference. The biggest separation between like some of these small schools and big schools, the biggest difference is like the trench play. Go look at the averages. Like the average lineman on his team is probably 6'1", 6'2", 285 pounds. You know what I mean? Now imagine trying to come into the SEC and you're blocking guys like Georgia's defensive line from a few years ago with Jordan Davis and another dude. It's just that's a different ball game. Yeah, I mean, he definitely the transition is definitely possible, but I'm just saying receiver is one of the easier kind of evaluations where you can say, all right, we think this guy could come here and he could compete. Yeah, I think he'd be hungry too. That's what I'm saying, man. That dude, if he's that young too, shoot, I like that. I mean, because then you talk about the following year. I mean, you got him and Latia Brooks working together, Sadarian Morgan, depending on whatever happens with a guy like Ryan Williams, Derek Meadows. I mean, I think he could be a diamond in the rough. I still think, I mean, at the end of the day, we need to find some offensive linemen, whether it's big name guys or diamonds in the rough, man. We got to have it. We got to have it. That said, all right, they think they're back to work outside, so these dogs are doing what they're doing. They're barking. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to give me some lunch. I'm going to take a break. Be watching some tape later, not on stream, but just watching it. But appreciate you guys hanging out with me per usual, man. Seriously, we'll be back. Same deal tomorrow, 11 to 1. Last show of the week. We're off on the weekend, but we'll keep breaking down tape. In terms of guests, do I have anybody scheduled tomorrow? I can't remember. Can't remember if I had someone. I'll let you guys know if we do, but regardless, we'll keep talking about it. We'll keep breaking down tape. There'll be updates. We'll talk about all that. And and semifinals, man. We'll be watching that tonight. We'll talk about the game from tonight, then the one coming up. But if you haven't been on the way out, man, just hit that like button, subscribe if you guys enjoy the content. We'll keep it coming at you. Follow us on X. I'm posting a lot more over there too. And we'll keep on rolling right here on the Miller's Edge. We'll see you guys tomorrow.